Oh, right.
Yeah, that's where we play. That's where we play, Lundy.
That's where we play the games.
I forgot, because
Yeah.
I've been enjoying Foundry so much.
I'm sorry. You're going to show us all what Foundry can do tomorrow night, right? Hi, everybody.
Well, tonight, actually.
Oh, tonight. That's right. We're playing D&D right now, but we're going to talk Foundry tonight. Well, I guess on Loophole's channel, right? So you can check that out.
I'm going to be streaming it on my channel as well, just because I want to have that video. Because I think it would be a good idea to just be able to say, like, hey, I will upload tutorials on how to use Foundry and all of its different features.
That's awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing that, because I think it'll be interesting for me, because I only use Roll20 primarily because it's free. So having access to something else that's just as useful or more useful would be great.
I will be glad to show that off.
Yeah, I would like that. So hi all of you out there in Twitch land. I'm not even sure that we have a lot of people today. That's unusual for us. Usually we're starting off strong with like 14 people hanging out.
We typically are the best stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
usually.
God. Yeah.
I mean, we are amazing, all things considered.
So amazing.
Give me that link.
So, anyway, I'll let you all introduce yourselves and your characters. Dude, sweet, thank you. We just got a big donation. Thank you for the donation. That's awesome.
Awesome. Good to see.
Hey.
Nice.
You shut your mouth.
That's rude, Blinded.
Hey, he's one of the Monday night players.
Oh, that's rude.
Fine.
Absolute rudeness.
See if Preacher survives the next encounter. That's fine.
All right. I'll go ahead and start off the intros. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex. I'm also known as Big Lundy, both on Twitch as well as Twitter. I will be playing the part of Kolok Kator Therantuntium, also known as just Kolok for short. He is Dragonborn Barbarian of the Beast subtype, which was released in the UA of this year. And I've been trying that out to a lot of fun. He is, currently the captain, quote unquote, of our mercenaries, quote unquote. We'll be trying to figure out a way to get these chuckleheads past Redinber security and try and find some way to get everybody working undercover, even though most of them have no idea how to do that.
It's you, Chris.
Right. I play Sentry, the Warforged Eldritch Knight, / cook / mechanic / we'll just say single-minded purpose machine.
I like that.
All right.
Hello, my name is Fiona, and I play Talus, everyone's favorite necromancer, who I'm sure won't cause any problems with his many new skeletons.
I'm Zoe. I play Lucy, an ex-assassin currently being possessed by one of her victims, and that's why my token is invisible.
Hi, my name's John. I'm playing Ty, the human monk, and he's real excited to go to the big city and see what it's all about in Redinber.
Ooh. Ty in the city.
I am a big city. I thought it was more like a town.
No,
it's the biggest city Ty's ever been to.
Redinber is a fortress city. It is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Compared to Ridgefort, yes, it is the big city.
But Twiland Hill, maybe not.
No, it's smaller. It's smaller than Twiland Hill, but it is a city. Your video disappeared, Alex. So I don't know if you.
Did it?
It did. I tried reconnecting on my end.
Let me refresh.
Yeah.
Let me refresh. Let me see if.
It's okay.
Everybody needs to see my pretty little face.
Yes. The first time I played with the Wednesday group on camera, we had about a half hour to an hour of problems with having all the videos sync up, so that was fantastic. The Wednesday night crew. So hopefully that won't be a problem again tonight.
You gotta love it. Gotta love it.
I'm the Mark Knight. I'm your Dungeon Master this afternoon, and most evenings. When we last left off, the party had decided to travel to Redinber disguised as a company of mercenaries looking for work in hopes of discovering what plot is actually being pursued by the spy master of Lord Tyver Groft. You have been on the road now, and your travel has been uneventful, mainly because you already cleared out the threats on this road, as you spent almost 2 weeks taking out bandits that were attacking the road from Ridgefort to Redinber. And so the 3 days of travel goes by without much incident. If there is anything that you would be doing in particular over the course of those 3 days of travel, you can feel free to let us know. Any downtime things that you might have done while on the road. But as the cart rolls over the final hill crest before the city, you see its blocky stone walls. These an almost like reddish clay color rise up on the horizon. It kind of climbs up the side of the hillside here, up the side of the mountain, and at the crest of this city, at the topmost point of this city, is a huge blocky keep, much larger than the one in Ridgefort. It is a true castle, and you find yourself riding towards Redinber itself.
Right. So, before we end up actually getting there for real, we should probably have a decent idea as to how to conduct ourselves while we're there. Dallas, the skeleton's got to stay outside.
I should clarify. It is now 4 skeletons because it is a 3-day journey. Correct?
That is correct.
So that gives Talus enough days to create a new skeleton per day and keep them all under his control. So he now has a total of 4 skeletons.
That's with Raise Dead, right?
Animate Dead.
Animate Dead. That's right.
That's
technically.
And is that technically like infinite? Like you can have.
No, you can only control so many.
You need to reassert control of them, but you can reassert control over up to 4 with just 1 spell slot.
Okay.
So I'm essentially burning a level 3 spell slot every day to have
4 skeletons. That's worth it, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and I've got a spare for Revivify.
I think they are in barrels, right? That's where we put them.
Yes, we have hidden my skeletons in barrels. Would anyone care to know their names?
No.
Well, you'll not want to get
I only know Mjolnir. I didn't recall if you named the rest.
I have named them as I create them. There is Mjolnir. There is Skeletor. There is Ashurbanipal. And there is Jenny.
Don't encourage him, Kolok.
What was that third one?
Ashurbanipal?
Try that again.
Ashurbanipal?
Ashurbanipal.
it takes a concerted effort for Sentry to simulate a sigh. He's been practicing being more rude since Kolok has told him that mercenaries aren't as formal military personnel. So he has to adjust his behavioral patterns to fit the mercenary persona that he is supposed to adopt. Also, over the past 3 days, Sentry has been reading from the tome that he purchased from Orica.
Mm-hmm. I assume as much.
Alright.
Yeah, Talus will also have been studying the tome Orica gave to him about the item.
Okay, give me a intelligence roll, Talus, as you've been studying that. It's straight intelligence.
Kolok will have been making some blueprints for death weapons.
Of course he will.
Oh yeah.
Talus, that is the book that has information on the spear, correct? And information about Morrigan herself. Okay.
She was specifically the one Orica had given about Morrigan and her spear.
Okay. For next session, I will give you what information you have learned in your studies. Okay. It takes a little longer than just the 3 days of travel for you to do the research. So by the time we get to next session, you'll probably have learned a couple of things.
Sure. Perfect.
And Ty has Shepherd Theo's journal, and I think during most of our breaks and rest periods, he'll have it and maybe open it, but he's not quite ready to start reading it yet. And so he'll think about it and then put it away and then go about the rest of his business.
Okay.
So as far as introducing ourselves as mercenaries are concerned, I think we went with Kolok's Krushers as a decent name, if I remember right.
Kolok Krushers.
And each of you, of course, is going to have your own role. Sentry, of course, I'm going to refer to him as my lieutenant. He's going to be He'll be responsible, of course, for basically all of the odds and ends, taking care of bookkeeping, and, of course, as far as the battlefield is concerned, he's supposed to be our most versatile asset. Talus, you're going to be my magic specialist, or at least that's how I'm going to introduce you. I don't know how true that actually is of you, but I think if I can demonstrate that you're at the very least capable, then nobody's going to ask questions.
I am pretty good at studying magic. So yeah.
Lucy, I'm going to refer to you as our assassin. You're
That's an interesting choice. I like it.
well, I mean, I figure the fact that you can attack people's brains kind of makes you a pretty decent one. Did you come up with one?
I came up with Ty.
I don't want to do. We're not doing that.
I quite like Ty.
I like Ty too, but Ty's right there.
Hi.
Perhaps the last name could be Ty? Maybe your name is Houndberg of Ty.
Something easy to remember and easy to pronounce. That's usually what a code name is, and it's usually not even a name. Like eagle or bird or whatever.
I like birds. Let's go with bird.
The best lies are close to the truth. It's probably best if we stick with our real names.
I will prefer bird.
Anyway, so Lucy / I guess Bird. You'll go ahead and be our assassin. I'll introduce you as that. Ty, you're going to be referred to as our search and capture specialist. Since you're really fast, you're pretty good at knocking people out. Makes sense.
Okay.
As far as all these are concerned, none of them are necessarily lies. All of you are capable of doing all the things that I already pointed out, so shouldn't be hard to play along with that.
This is acceptable.
All right. And
Is
when
that
we get in
reading
there-
okay over the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when we get in there, it's going to be very important for everybody to act like mercenaries. I already had this discussion with Sentry, because he was the one who kind of needed it the most. But mercenaries tend to be very uncivilized in a lot of ways. Lots of spitting, lots of drinking, lots of cussing. Not really a whole lot of respect, except for perhaps their captain, who they don't refer to as captain. They usually just call them boss.
Do we
Does that
respect
make
each
sense?
other? Like, should I respect Century or should I spit at him?
Don't spit at each other.
Okay.
But spitting on the ground is fine.
What kind
Please
of
do
thing
not-
can I spit at?
Please do not spit on me, Lucy.
Got it.
Thank
I
you.
thought her name was Bird now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm Bert.
This is gonna get confusing.
Think of it this way. When we're out in public, Lucy is Bird. When it's just us, it's Lucy.
Very well.
You
He
guys,
turns to Lucy, says,
Bird Lucy, it is nice to meet you.
Bird, not Bird
Thank
Lucy.
you, Lieutenant Century.
I do not see the problem with this, Boss Kolok.
That's good enough. At the very least, this should be pretty decent, at least as to coming up with a persona for everybody. If everybody understands the basic idea of what I'm trying to get to you, then good. We'll just go with that. I don't think there's anything else to go over, honestly. Nope, that should probably do it. We'll go ahead and start off by finding a place for us to lay our heads at night. There's probably a tavern or something we can get to in town.
Sounds like a plan to me, Boss Kolok.
While we're in there, if you guys can go around and see if you can't find some information as to what anybody knows about Redinber itself, its history, anything along those lines, those sorts of things could potentially help.
Can do. Boss. Chance. Daedalus. Huh!
and
You named
with
the
that he
horses Chance and Daedalus.
It seemed like good names.
I agree, Lieutenant Century.
Thank you, Bird Lucy.
I'm learning way too many new names.
but
What is wrong with naming things? I don't understand.
speaking of naming things, Talus, what is the name of your familiar again?
The familiar is named Grim.
Is named what?
Grim. Grim.
Okay, that's right. All right. So
like the Brothers Grimm. I like that.
Sentry has named the horses Chance and Daedalus, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then Talus has Rangbjorn, Toast, Amy, Woofy, Grim, Mjolnir, Skeletor, Asher, Vanipal, and Jenny.
That's
Okay.
not going to get confusing at all.
I just wanted to make sure I knew that Talus had a party of 8 with him wherever he went. Actually, I'm sorry, 9. It's 9 people. Not 9 creatures.
To surround himself with as many entities as possible at one time.
Talus likes having a lot of friends.
Look,
Talus is
doesn't
technically
like
a large
being
creature.
alone.
Talus is technically a huge creature.
Yeah, he is technically huge.
Like, look, you're gonna go into a very understanding inn sometime, and Talus is gonna be like, let me play for you, and his bones are gonna be playing instruments in the background, and his dogs are gonna be like on their hind legs dancing for the crowd, and it's gonna be like a one of the big band era D&D adventures.
Are they gonna play Spooky Scary Skeletons?
Alice is secretly a hive mind, actually. They're all
Talus, did you spend the 3 days each time you created a skeleton? Did you spend as much time and care, like cleaning the bones and carving the runes into them and
absolutely.
decorating them?
Other than the studying, that was most of his trip.
Okay. All right. So you have very decorative skeletons.
They are very decorated skeletons.
They're basically those articulated, like, biology room skeletons with, like,
Exactly, but with
runes
more
and
like
carving.
runes and decorations on them.
Yeah, they have
love
like
it.
runes and ornaments, maybe eventually armor.
If you can find someone to fit the precise measurements of his skeletons, then maybe some armor.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, with calling out the horses' names, he urges the wagon on towards Redinber.
Okay. You head towards Redinber, and you come to the easternmost gate of this, the kind of northeasternmost gate of the city. It is, so these are big, like I said, stone walls that hold in the sprawl of Redinber. The walls, as you approach, are made of, are painted to be this like muddy red color. And these huge iron-bound wooden gates gates are kind of standing open from this side for traders to travel in and out of the city. But you notice that the guard towers are heavily manned and watching the incoming flow of traffic very, very carefully. As you approach the gates of the city, your wagon in particular is called out of the line of the handful of farmers and tradesmen that are entering Redinber. And some of the guards, probably the captain of these watchtowers, these gates, call out, "You there! Pull your cart out of line."
Kolok will nod to Sentry. All right, let's go.
Sentry makes a clicking noise and guides the warhorse-drawn wagon off to the side. Now that I think about it, those horses look a bit like overkill for that cart.
Yeah. They're two big old war horses.
Yeah, you've got two big old
small, like 5x5 cart.
I mean, it's a wagon, right?
Aren't you guys using? You guys are now using one of the wagons you took from the bandit camp, right? You're not using or are you still using the one that Orica gave you, the small little 5?
No, this thing's like
from the bandit camp at this point.
This thing's like 10 feet wide by 20 feet long. It's a good-sized wagon. It's not little.
It might be 10 by 10. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, you have a large wagon now. You have a large full-size wagon, and two. You could probably make it look like the war horses are. They're probably about the same size as like draft horses. So you can probably, if they're not wearing like the barding and stuff, they might not look that unusual. So yeah, I'm gonna pull up a map of Redinber real quick as we do this.
We're at the Ridge Gate, right?
You are in fact at the Ridge Gate. Yes. So let me do this. Move you down to there. There we go. Got a nice view of the city of Redinber.
Nice.
Yay!
So yes, you are at 3 down here, the Ridge Gate, and the guard captain has pulled you aside as you roll up to the gate. You comply.
I will push the guard captain and cross my arms. Is there a problem?
He looks at you, looks you up and down, looks Century up and down, looks Talus up and down, and doesn't seem to give any kind of second look to Ty or Lucy. Just kind of looks over all of you and says, "What are you doing here?"
Mercenaries. Heard there might be work here.
"Where do you come from?"
All over. Recently we just came from a small town not too far from here. About 3 days travel.
Well, never seen anything like the three of you before. Demons?
And I've never seen you before.
Let me handle it.
Demons?
Tiefling.
Just then, Sentry hops down from the cart, his 300-pound metal body leaving big-ass dents in the ground. As he walks up to stand behind Kolok, similar to the way
as far as the golem is concerned.
He flinches at the word golem a little bit, just a little bit.
Except Sentry's features can't flinch.
Yeah, exactly. But like inwardly, he cringes at the word golem.
Are you here to stir up trouble? Because I'll tell you right now, if that's the case, the guard will descend upon you without mercy.
Oh, calm down. We're problem solvers, not trouble starters.
I am a law-abiding citizen.
Sentry leans forward and his eye sort of narrows at the guy, and then he leans back, satisfied with what he sees.
He asks, "You seem to be quite ragtag of a bunch for mercenaries."
Really?
No. A lot of mercenary companies carry some kind of a standard.
We just formed probably about a couple weeks ago, so haven't had time to have one made up.
What's in the barrels?
Supplies.
May have to do an inspection.
Good luck with that one. Just so you know, we, Tieflings and Dragonborn and the like have very special appetites. I don't think you're gonna really like what you find.
Make a deception roll. Or maybe persuasion, because I don't know how untrue your appetites are.
To be fair, Alice also eats a lot of bones.
Kolok literally eats people, so I think you can handle that.
I'll let you pick the between.
He doesn't really know about Talus's dietary concerns, though, so it's 16.
16. All right, let's see how competent this guard commander is. Not very. He kind of makes a face considering what exactly you might eat, and he sees that you're loaded to bear with weapons. Looks around at your cart. He walks up to the other members of your party. Sir, ma'am.
Yeah?
How's travel?
Oh, it's been great. I love the views.
I like traveling.
Yeah.
Can you verify that you're part of this mercenary company that the... He looks over his shoulder. Lizard folk says that you are a part of?
Smoke just starts coming out of Kolok's nose.
That's Kolok. He's the boss.
Yeah, he's our boss and we love him.
Haha, lizard folk.
Well, you have a pleasant day, and
You too.
make sure that the rest of your leadership here take care in the city. They may find some folk inside not as understanding as the city guard. And he turns around, kind of tips his metal cap to Lucy, and then walks back towards the watchtower.
Medieval John Wayne, ladies and gentlemen.
That went pretty well.
Yeah, better than I thought it would.
Wells quietly mutters to Kolok, You're not going to eat my skeletons, are you? I put a lot of work into them.
I prefer meat, not bone.
Okay, I was just verifying.
Sentry motions for Kolok to either get on the cart or not get on the cart as he grabs the reins and guides the... electing to not get back on the wagon, he guides the vehicle towards the gate.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll head it. Actually, I'll like wander in front of the wagon and make sure that people make way for it.
As you as you enter the city, I'll tell you this about your travels. As you traveled over the hillsides that approached Redinber, there was a considerable lack of green for early summer. And now, as you enter the town, you notice that even here, the roads that are usually caked with mud, this flagstone path is instead kind of dusty and gravelly, grit covered. You look around, and close to the gate here are more subdivided buildings and shanty homes close to the wall. And the people in this area seem wanting. They are they're kind of emaciated and sunken in a lot of ways. Not everyone, but there seems to be the general sense of impoverishedness in this part of town belies a lack of food in particular.
I'm gonna drop back next to Ty, and I'm gonna give him a decent handful of my gold. I'm gonna give him about 50 gold. All right.
Okay.
These guys next to the walls. I've seen this sort of thing before. It's sort of a weird segregated class whatever system. The idea is the guys close to the walls, they're poor, they can't afford food, they can't afford good housing or repairs or anything along those lines, and they tend not to be all that loving towards their lords. So, you could probably be pretty upfront with them about the information you're looking for, and they're not going to think twice. Give them a little bit of gold, they'll be happy to tell you anything.
Okay. What information would you like me to look for?
I need information on if they've noticed any large forces being sent out recently, if they noticed any odd people coming in and out of the gates that go straight towards the fortress castle. I need information on what sort of people the spy master and the lord even are. Descriptions for different important people in the town. All those sorts of things.
Century, as we head through the gate, once we reach about this intersection right here, Century's going to look for a tavern.
Okay. You have not reached that intersection yet. I think this conversation is happening before that.
Yeah, that conversation should probably be had probably right there, actually.
Okay.
Okay, well, I can peel off from the group and go do that, and I don't know.
When you get done,
I guess
regroup with the rest of us at whatever the closest tavern is. That's probably where we'll be staying.
Sure. Or I guess Bird could send me a message.
True.
I can do that, yeah.
That
Are
is
you going to be okay on your
extremely
own?
helpful. That is an extremely helpful and useful ability, actually, come to think of it.
You should probably change her from assassin to communications officer.
True.
I'm HR.
I think I'll be fine.
Oh man, I have so many puns I can use now. I'm gonna save them though. I'm just gonna save those right at the moment. Ty, you kind of hop out of the cart or walk away from the cart, kind of peel off into the dregs that are near the city walls. Finding people is not hard. They kind of are gathered around, gathered in small groups just around these shanty homes, sitting around talking, and they don't seem to have a lot to do with themselves.
Okay. Well, I'll maybe just like walk around a couple of blocks in this neighborhood that's close to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I want to keep my eyes peeled if there are any like shrines or temples or even just like religious symbols anywhere.
Okay. You eventually do come across like a small shrine to, let's see. You come across like a tiny little shrine to Robin, the trickster god, and there are. It's not like a true place of worship, right? It's just kind of a shrine built in against one part of the wall, and there's like an old blind matronly woman sitting next to it, with like a makeshift walking stick in her hands. And she just sits in this like old rickety chair next to the shrine. There's a little bowl, like a wooden bowl, in front of the shrine, and a couple of coppers sit inside of it. And she is humming some kind of a tune that sounds a little less dour than the tunes that Talus likes to play.
Yeah, it's a little up tempo.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll drop a gold coin into the bowl. To say hi there.
Now that sounds heavy. That does not sound like copper that hit my bowl.
It's hard to maintain a shrine with just copper, and I should know. My name's Ty. How are you?
It's good to see you, Ty. And she smirks as she says that. I'm doing well. My name is Angie.
Hi, Angie. Now I noticed that there's kind of not a lot of food around here, and looks like it's been a while since you had any rain.
You're right. Those things are true.
Well, I know Robin might help bring luck and play some tricks, but would you mind if I added something to the shrine?
What would you like to add, child?
Well, I have a small branch of Nadara that I could add. It's not much, but maybe it'll help get some rain here soon.
Robin is a trickster, as you say, and he does deal in luck. But sometimes his brotherhood with the other gods is a good path to fortune. I do not mind.
Okay. I have just like a small branch, so I've stripped the bark off, so it's like the bare wood underneath. I'll just leave that in the shrine with everything else. I'll tell Angie that I've got to go catch up with my friends, but if you can just help take care of my branch in the shrine, I'll come back and check on it, and we can talk again tomorrow.
I would like that. Not many people talk to old Angie.
That's too bad. And then in her hand, I put 5 more gold, and just ask her if she could also help, if there's other people around in the neighborhood that need help, that she can help them too.
Okay. As you put the gold in her hand, she takes both of your hand in both of hers and like holds it there tightly with the gold there. And she says, "How did such a young man become so generous?"
Oh, I guess it's just the way I learned to be.
She smiles and she says, "This is a place where Robin's tenets of trickery, they are taken far further than simple pranks. You need to be careful here, especially such a generous, kind, and quiet soul as yours. Do not be taken in by what happens in this town. It is dangerous."
Well, thanks for the warning.
And she lets go of your hand, patting it a couple of times as she does so.
Okay. Now, is there anything that she has at the shrine, like a little, like something to take away, like just like a small little token of Robin?
Sure. There look to be like handmade little like Robin's holy symbol is like two blades, a double bladed dagger intertwined that like twine around each other, and you see that there are a couple like it looks like there are just pieces of anything that could be found that can be twisted together, and then they are tied with string to look like that symbol, and there's just piles of them around the shrine for people to take as like charms.
Okay. Well, I will. I'll take one and I don't know, figure a way to like pin it on my clothes or something, and then I'll I guess jog towards where I think the rest of the party was going.
Okay. As you take off at a jog, she calls out to you one more time. She says, "You best get something on that head, boy, by the way. The sun is going to beat down on it and turn it red."
Oh, thanks.
And it strikes you as you run away that she is blind.
Yeah, she's not blind.
head is so shiny that the light shone into her eyes. Restored her vision.
It cured her blindness.
Sentry, you pull up. You guys had said to Ty, you'll probably be at the first inn you can find. But before even leaving this first intersection where you sent him off, right just around that kind of dustier, dirtier part of town, the very first inn you find is a place called the Wanton Hunter. And it looks pretty ramshackle. It's kind of it's like a wooden building that looks like it's held together with like spit and grit, and it's got a rickety pair of steps that go up inside of it. And
Can you ping it on the map?
Yeah, it's probably, if somebody wants to add a label, you can do so. But it's probably right in this like open intersection somewhere. These blocks do not donate individual buildings. Also, they kind of donate like blocks of buildings.
Right. Yeah. Sentry's gonna keep going past that to the first big intersection.
Okay. As you come up to the first big intersection, you see there an inn that is fairly. It looks a little bit closer to the inn that you were staying at in Ridgefort, or that you stayed like 1, maybe 2 nights at in Ridgefort. It's called the Stout Trickster, and it has like a fat image of Robin like on it, kind of like sitting on a big old barrel of a cask of ale.
I get it. He's fat.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull the cart over here, like off of the main road, off to the side.
Okay.
And then take a chance take the reins off the horses and find a place to put them up.
Found a place that matches your sensitivity there, Sentry.
Sentry looks through all 5 sections of this intersection and says,
Tactical Codex dictates multiple points of ingress and egress are best for a quick infiltration and exfiltration, if necessary.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a little bit more upscale than the other place that we passed.
I will be staying with the wagon so it doesn't get stolen. The niceness of the facility does mean nothing to me.
Sure.
Do any of them have signs? Are they dog friendly? Are any of them skeleton friendly? Are there signs for that?
I will go ask.
he begins to walk towards the opening of the Stout Trickster to ask if they are dog and skeleton friendly.
Bird.
Okay.
Bird.
Yeah? Sorry, we're getting used to my name.
You're the one that picked it. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go and see if you can find some stuff for me. I need a blacksmith to make me some things, but I don't know if they might have them on hand or if they need to make them first.
Okay, what kinds of things?
Well, right now, the main things I need are a couple more javelins, and if you can get one made, a nice, long, powerful polearm, like a glaive or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Anything else?
Well, if anybody else needs something, then I guess you can go ahead and ask them.
Ask if they can modify armor to be skeleton shaped. That's all I need.
Lucy,
I do not see how this could possibly go wrong.
I'll go ahead and pay for any of the anything that they need as far as supplies or what the general cost is going to be. But I need to know what it's going to be first. So you do have gold on you right now, right?
Yeah, I got some. You can always pay me back.
Yeah, I'll just pay you back whenever.
Okay. And Bird Lucy goes skipping off down the nearest dark alley.
Okay. There is definitely a nearby dark alley. It is not wanting for those. All right. You go off to do the bidding of Boss Kolok, and Sentry steps inside to inquire of the innkeeper about their if they are dog and skeleton friendly.
All right. Sentry remembers that the key to good negotiation is a strong opener. So he walks in, approaches the bar, pulls out 2 gold pieces, and says and basically palms them onto the table with a heavy slam, saying,
I need rooms for 4 people. Possibly dogs and skeletons as well.
Okay.
Can I make an intimidation check?
Yeah, if you're trying to be intimidating, go ahead and roll an intimidation roll.
it's more like an in character, like he doesn't know okay, we'll do persuasion.
Are you trying to be all right, let me ask this. Is Sentry trying to be intimidating, or is he trying to be persuasive?
He's trying to be forcibly inquiring.
Okay.
That would be intimidating.
That would be intimidation then.
Okay, are we just using charisma for intimidation, or is it possible to use strength for intimidation?
I think this is a charisma for intimidation regardless, because you've come up with your strong opener to try and convince him that that things should go the way that Sentry would like.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
An 8.
Yes.
Just for the viewers at home.
Oh, they saw.
I believe it.
The gnome behind the bar.
He wasn't even looking at the guy. He was looking above him, where the human person.
The gnome behind the bar is it just stares up at Sentry with a bit of an incredulous look on his face at the sudden demand, and trying to process the words that just kind of fell from your mechanical mouth in front of him, along with the pile of gold that you slammed down onto his bar top. And he looks down at the gold, not really counting it as you've slammed it into a pile, and then looks back up at you, and he smiles suddenly, attempting an attempt at jovialness, and says, yes, rooms for 4, you said, and possibly dogs and skeletons?
Skeletons, yes.
Well, haven't had any skeletons stay at the inn, ever. How many skeletons, and do they count as people? Are they among the 4 that you speak of?
Yes.
In his head, Sentry's having a philosophical conversation with himself. Are
Do skeletons
people if they
count
are
as
animated?
people? Yeah. Yeah, 404 information not found.
Yeah, exactly. Your single solitary like eye in the center of your head suddenly blue screens.
Yes.
Yes, they count as people. Or how many rooms will you be needing?
2.
2 rooms. With each with 1 bed, or how many beds will you require? Do the skeletons need beds?
No, and neither do I. It will be 2 beds in 2 rooms
Wouldn't it be
each.
4? You're the only one not using a bed.
Right. So it'd be 2 rooms with 2 beds each.
He's a robot. He does not understand human interaction. All right. Well,
For some reason, the Empire didn't program him with ordering hotel rooms.
the
That
gnome
is not a subroutine I possess.
the gnome
It is
tells
what I'm
you
having to develop.
the gnome tells you that a stay per day will be 5 silver per bed. And for meals, it is 3 silver per meal. I'm sorry, it's 3 silver per day for meals.
Okay. Sentry pulls out another 5 gold pieces. So
Okay.
he had 2. He puts another 5 down.
Okay,
And he
that is
says-
essentially 50 copper or 50 silver. Okay.
No. The two gold. He's gonna let everybody pay for their meals, especially since he doesn't eat, and he'll probably end up cooking out of boredom. But he's paying for the rooms. The 5 is he slides him over directly to the gnome. This was a trick that he vaguely remembers somebody in his past using, and leans down really close, like he's basically laying on the bar, and he goes,
For being amenable to the strange situation. Clink.
The
Kolok's
gnome.
just gonna go ahead and barge in here with 2 of the barrels holding skeletons in his hands. Just holding them on his shoulders. It's like, alright, where am I putting these?
I bet you could fit 2 skeletons in each barrel, so that's probably all 4 right there.
Probably.
actually, I was. So here's how I thought of having them lashed up: is that the barrels themselves would actually be lashed to the sides, so that if we needed to release them all quickly, we just cut one rope.
Skeleton
Easy
bomb.
enough.
Basically, yeah.
Skeleton bombs.
Anyway, we can work on the undead logistics later.
Yes. Anyway, the rooms are 5 silver per night per bed. So, it's going to cost you for 4 beds. It's going to cost you 2 gold a night, essentially.
Yes.
So you paid the 2 gold. You paid
For the
2
first night.
for the first night, and then gave him 5 more gold for being amenable.
Yes.
Okay. He thanks you very kindly, pocketing the 5 and putting the 2 in a lockbox. Well, are you wearing armor, sir?
No. Oh, sorry.
I am not.
Then, well, is this... Are you made of armor?
I have armor plating.
Well, do you drink?
If I choose to.
Should I offer you one on the house for being so generous?
No, but you can show me to your kitchen.
That's so good.
What? Why do you want to see our kitchen, sir?
As a member of Kolok's Krushers, it is among my many duties to prepare the meals and equipment for our band of.
Yes. He has to skip over the word murderers.
Combatants. I will be conducting our food preparation, if you would be so kind.
Would you be requiring pay for that?
No.
Oh, well, fine, sure. I can show you to the kitchens. He leads the way towards the kitchens. Your friend there with the barrels. What is he?
Hungry.
Well, what's his name?
That is our leader.
That is our leader, Boss Kolok.
Boss Kolok.
It is best to keep his appetite in check.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir.
You may call me Sentry.
Well, Sentry, the kitchens are through that door, and he points to a set of swing doors at the end of the bar. And if you want to go prepare meals for you and your boss there, feel free to do so, and I will show him to his rooms.
Sentry gives him a nod and then promptly leaves and goes into the back. He's also checking for possible escape routes out the back of the kitchen if they need to, since there's tends to be multiple entrances and exits.
Yeah, there is definitely a service entrance at the back of the kitchen.
Excellent.
So you head into the kitchen to do that, and Kolok, this gnome, comes out from behind the bar. He has another bartender working that's just kind of like this, just a human, like a young human, and he is preparing drinks for people around the bar. And he comes over to you, and the gnome comes over to you and says, "Right this way, sir. Right this way."
Kolok is just staring at this gnome as he's leading him up to the rooms and just going, "Man, I'd love to punt this little guy. See how far I could get. The distance I would get on this thing. Oh."
Ty, you come to that first inn, which is what they told you they'd probably be at the first inn you come to. And you come to that first inn and peer inside the Wonton Hunter, and you look in this bar, and you don't see Kolok, and you don't see Sentry, and they're hard to miss. But you do see a bunch of rough-looking fellas kind of sitting around the bar.
Well, I'm not sure how distances are here, but as I'm standing in front of that inn, can I just see down the intersection and see the cart outside the Stout Trickster?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say that. Sentry, did you say you pulled it down the alley, or did you kind of leave it out front?
It's actually off to the side a little bit, in this courtyard over here.
Oh, that courtyard. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. So he might not actually see it.
I mean, in any case, I'm gonna look in. I don't see the cart outside this inn.
No, you don't.
I look inside. I don't see them there, so I'll just keep walking.
You'll just keep walking. You eventually find the horses tied up at this next inn with the cart out front.
Going, right? So I can let him know.
Oh, you do. Yes. Yeah. You probably could tell him which inn you're at. So you come to that. You come to that inn, and you don't see anybody. They're not around, but you found the horses. Well, actually, you found Talus. You're still there with the horses, aren't you?
I am.
Okay, so you come across Talus with the horses.
Great.
Oh, hey, Ty.
Hey, Talus. How's it going?
Pretty good. They're checking to see if the place is skeleton friendly.
Oh. Well, that's polite.
See, this is what happens when Ty's not with the group.
So, I look around. Is there by any chance someone selling hats or something in this little courtyard?
Yeah, absolutely. The courtyard that is there is actually a fairly busy public square, and there are little booths and shops all around it. So you can
Okay.
easily find somebody selling hats.
Sure. I'll just go buy, like, the first hat.
The first
Whatever. Well, like, I'm just gonna go, whatever, like, the closest hat is, I'm just gonna buy it.
Okay. Oh, this giving me license to what the closest hat's going to be.
Double beer hat.
It's like-
beer hat.
What's that?
I said double beer hat.
No.
Holds a couple mugs, one on each side.
It's you buy this like big straw weaved gardening hat. Like with the floppy sides and
Yep.
It's got like a big pink flower on the band around the actual cap of the hat at the top.
Great. So grab that, put it on, come back to the wagon, and just ask where everyone is, what's going on. Recount my adventure at Angie's shrine.
Kolok, you've kind of looked at the rooms they've given you. You've put down the barrels of skeletons, and they seem fairly accommodating. They're modest rooms, nothing too comfortable, but definitely not like anything grubby or poor. Just enough accommodations for a mercenary band. Lucy.
Yes.
You wander off to find a blacksmith.
Yes.
Okay. Not hard to do in this part of town. If you go down a few blocks, you end up finding a very crowded alley of a crowded path filled with craftsmen in this part of town, and a small house of worship to Thormodin. This area of the city is kind of hazy with heat and low-hanging billows of gray white smoke, and lots of gruff workman type individuals kind of moving back and forth, buying and selling goods and working on their crafts.
Cool. I'll just approach someone who doesn't look too busy and just ask them where the nearest blacksmith is.
They point across the street to this big open forge where this large half-orc gentleman, just barely half-orc. He's got a couple of fangs that poke out up through his bottom lip. Is covered in grime and soot and hammering away at a sword.
More like snaggletooths.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. I thank the person that gave me directions, and I go up to him, and I'm like, "Hi, are you a blacksmith?"
Yes.
Great. Can I put in some orders?
What do you need, girl?
Lucy looks at her arm in which she has written down the instructions that Kolok and Talus gave her. And she says, well, I'd like a few javelins. I'd like a really long and cool pole arm, something like a glaive, if you have one. And can you shape armor to fit skeletons?
Like skinny people or skeletons?
Like skeletons.
How long of a time frame are you going to be around to be able to purchase things like this? It could take several weeks to fill this order.
Okay, well, what is there anything that you already have made that I could take back? I don't know how long I'm gonna be in town.
I have javelins on hand.
Great, I'll take some of those, maybe like 3 or 4. Let's say 4.
Okay, he sells you 4 javelins at the cost that's in the PHB, standard cost javelins. A glaive I can have made in a week.
Okay, that'll work, I think. I'll always pay you for it, and if I don't come and get it, that's fine.
Your business accoutrement is quite remarkable.
Thanks, I think. I don't know what that means.
I shall have your glaive ready for you in a week. If you do not return in a month for it, I will likely sell it to someone else.
That sounds like a good plan.
He writes out on a piece of parchment, like, a receipt for your order, and takes the gold necessary for the glaive.
How much gold would it be, or should I look it up?
Just look it up. It's just the standard cost of a glaive in the PHB.
Okay.
I want to say it's like 10 gold.
Yeah, just take a look.
It's 20 gold.
Okay. Alright, so he takes the 20 gold, offers you a receipt for your purchase, and there you are.
And each javelin is 5 silver, so how much gold would it be for 4 of them?
For 4 of them, it would be 2 gold. Each gold is 10 silver.
Okay, so I give them 22 gold, correct?
That is correct.
Cool, I do that.
Okay.
And I kind of hold all 4 javelins. I'm very small.
I'm very small, and I have javelins.
Okay. All right.
I will have placed the barrels in at least one of the 2 rooms that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll essentially be Talus's room, unless he's like, no, I want the other room. I have to move the barrels. Along with whoever wants to stay with Talus, I guess.
Who doesn't mind dogs?
Everyone loves dogs.
Yeah, I'd stay with dogs. I don't mind.
All right.
I will be staying outside in the cart, watching to see if because that's why I placed it so that we can see we can sort of
Just in
see
case some suspicious
who's comings and
characters come
going.
in here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So, Lucy, you come back. Everybody has kind of gathered in the inn at this point. You've settled into your rooms, and I guess Lucy is sharing the room with Kolok if Talus is sharing the room with Ty.
Yeah, Talus will just accept whatever room has been selected for him.
Sure. You and Ty settle into a room. Your barrels are next to your bed, and your pile of dogs rushes through the inn and up the stairs as you lead them to your rooms. they kind of like stop to sniff different people, and you have to collect Grim as he tries to steal some food off of one of the lower tables by the fireplace, where a person has been sitting and absent-mindedly placed their plate upon like a little coffee table type space, and you have to like collect him before he can grab that food, but he gets away with something, and you finally get them up to your room.
I'm sorry, he's just a puppy. He doesn't realize that he doesn't eat anymore.
That he doesn't eat anymore. And you guys get settled in to the inn. Kolok, Talus, I'm assuming you placed the order for the javelins. Is that for your skeletons, or is that Kolok? Did you place the order for the javelins and the glaive?
The javelins were for Kolok.
Okay.
Alice was simply asking about this.
Just the armor. Okay. So Kolok Lucy comes in with like carrying like 4 javelins in her arms. They're like taller than she is, and she marches up to you with them and has a piece of parchment like hanging between her fingers in one hand.
Shake his head, and he'll take the javelins from her and glance at the parchment to look at what it is. Upon seeing the price of everything that she's purchased for him, he'll go ahead and give that back to her then.
Okay.
So the 20, what is it, 20 gold plus, I
22,
think it's
I
like
think.
1 silver per javelin or something.
Yeah, Mark, planned downtime for 2 hours today.
Okay. All right.
Started about 15 minutes ago.
That is fine. We can play without it. And if we need to make rolls and we can't do it here, we can always go to
The Discord?
the
We do have a
Discord.
Discord for specifically making rolls.
Yes, we do. So
I thought it was supposed to be tonight, not. Ugh.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Annoying.
It came back for me. So I think we might actually be good.
Yeah, I'm trying to reconnect, and the video is gone at the moment, which is we'll just have to deal with that. We'll see if it pops back up.
It is 11:30 p.m. PDT, so it is tonight.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then the server's just being
Yeah,
a
you're
pain.
right, Lundy.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be down now.
All right. Well, then here's what we'll do. Why don't we take a quick break while this is reloading, and we'll come right back.
Yep. Oh, hey, apparently Wildebeest says the
we are back from our quick break. It was a little longer than expected. The couple things real quick. Our charity stream is going to be August 15th. We are still working out the details on the charity. We're going to nail those down this week. But on what the stream is going to be specifically, it is going to be on August 15th, and we are going to be donating to the Trevor Project. That has been the one that everybody, as we had everybody vote on what charity we're going to give to, the one that kind of topped the list ended up being the Trevor Project. So we will be giving to them. So keep your ear to the ground about that. We are currently have a couple giveaways going on. The first one is at the end of the month, we're going to give away 2 sets of dice. Our sponsor, Farboco, is going to give away 2 dice sets to 2 random subscribers. So if you are one of our subscribers, you'll be put into the drawing for that. And when we reach 200 subscribers, I have still promised my players that I will dab on camera. And we are also going to be giving away some prizes to our top gifters for whoever the top gifters for the month at the time that we hit 200 subscribers will get the top gifter will get an Explorer's Guide to Wildermont, and we have other prizes for first, second, and third top gifters as well. So you can check out our Discord for more information on that. That's the main things going on. It's been a pretty fantastic, an amazing month for the first half of the month so far. We are at nearly 100 subscribers for this month, which is pretty amazing, to say the least. And we are rapidly approaching 250 followers. We are 7 followers away from hitting the 250 mark, which is absolutely mind-blowing and amazing. Anyway, for all of you out there who support us on Patreon or support us here through the stream, through subscriptions, we appreciate you because you're the reason why we get to keep playing D&D. Without further ado, you guys have settled into the inn and made your accommodations. Lucy has come back with the items from the blacksmith for you, Kolok, and Century has made you a very accommodating lunch. What's next on your agenda now that you are in town?
Well, I forgot something that I was going to actually have made for me as well. So instead of sending Lucy out again, because I feel like that'd probably be annoying, like, oh, could you go back to the same spot? I'm gonna head over to the blacksmith myself to requisition yet another order.
Okay, what are you looking to get?
I'll be accompanying him.
What are you
Alice is also going to try to tag along and convince one of them to carry a barrel full of skeletons.
Just go carry the barrel.
I don't want to carry the barrel. Someone else carry it. Listen, my skeletons can't just walk around. Then somebody's got to carry the skeleton back.
What, are you worried that somebody's gonna steal them?
No, if they're going to size the armor to the skeletons, they're going to need to see the skeletons.
You don't need to see the skeletons. Just get the measurements from the skeletons themselves.
That seems like a lot of work, though.
It's really not.
It seems easier just to bring a skeleton.
It might be, but at the same time, he might freak out the blacksmith, and then he won't make us anything, and then that's going to be an issue.
Okay, I will take this into consideration.
Boss Kolok has rendered his version.
Just
We'll have
do
to
the
bring the
measurements
skeletons.
yourself. It's not hard. Across the chest, down the legs. You know, it's not hard.
Okay, does anyone have any measuring tools?
You can probably find some at a general store.
Okay. And then Talos is gonna head out and look for a general store.
Okay. What orders are you trying to place with the blacksmith? And you can easily get a like measuring tape used by like used for tailors and stuff at the general goods store. So you can pick that up for a few copper. And you're placing. I'm guessing you're placing the order for 4 pieces of armor, four sets of armor for skeletons. What kind of armor are you placing the order for?
Let's see.
Try not to go too ham on that. I mean,
They're expensive.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to get them loaded out in full plate or anything.
Okay. Just like breastplates or something?
Some kind of medium armor, probably. What's a relatively cheap medium armor?
Breastplates?
No, not breastplate.
Breastplate is the classic skeleton look.
Sentry was going to chime in as you guys are ruminating about decisions, and he says,
If you're trying to outfit bones, you wouldn't need to get measurements for chainmail.
That's not a bad point.
"What?"
He said that's not a bad point.
That's not a bad point. You have a good point there.
Chain shirts are durable and relatively cheap.
All right. Kolok, what are you placing an order
I don't have
for?
to get them resized in the case of an unfortunate accident.
So probably chain
For
shirt.
4, that's
Fine.
still going to be 200 gold.
Oh yeah, that's burning through cash.
Mm-hmm.
Kolok, what are you trying to place an order for
For now-
besides a glaive?
I'm going to be placing an order for an oversized longbow.
An oversized longbow. Okay.
Yes, that is actually in the DMG. Essentially, it allows, if you have an 18 in strength or higher, then you can use it. If you don't, then you can't. And it goes based off of my strength modifier as opposed to my dex when I shoot it.
Interesting. Okay. You can order an oversized longbow. You have an order in for an oversized longbow and a glaive. And then armor. For medium armor, a chain shirt or scale mail would be 50 gold apiece.
Sentry's going to be going to that same blacksmith. He has some questions for him.
What are your questions?
He approaches the blacksmith and says,
Greetings. My name is Sentry. Do not be alarmed. I'm looking for someone that's capable of working on fine machinery. Would somebody like that possibly be working in this city?
The half-orc blacksmith that you have been placing orders with looks at you with a blank expression and says, "Do I look like someone who knows how to work with fine machinery, or where I can find someone who would work on that?" And he slams his hammer down on the blade he's working on one more time for emphasis. "I think you have the
You're an
wrong
artisan.
shop.
Surely you have heard of somebody.
Now that's a broad assumption based on my business. Look, if you want a sword, if you want some armor, though it doesn't look like you need the armor, if you want me to bang dents out of your chest, I have no problem with that. But I'm not the type that works on fine machinery. Perhaps, anybody who Anybody who could work on something like that's been requisitioned to the castle.
Very well. While I am here, I have need of those dent removal services you mentioned.
All right.
He reaches into the rucksack that's typically slung over his back and pulls out. It looks like it looks like a big domed piece of metal, and it has some cracks in it. Part of it is It looks almost like a phalanx helmet, but instead of like 2 eye slots, there's only the one.
Okay.
And it's beat to shit and dented and cracked. And it actually has the crest of the old empire on it.
Ah. All right.
And he places it next to the. He places the Valkyrian captain's helmet next to the half orc, and he says,
Are you able to restore it?
I shall be able to do that, yes.
Sentry takes a few moments to consider a couple of options and says,
If you could also erase the sigil on the side, I would appreciate it.
Sure, that can be done. For repairs
Thank
like
you.
this. Oh. Once I have it done, I'll assess the repairs, and we can negotiate a price.
Very well.
And
Tell me about this castle and the men who live there.
Oh, Castle Groft.
Sentry nods.
He points his hammer in the direction of the castle, which kind of towers over the rest of the city. Lord Groft lives there with his forces. There are a mean lot up there at the castle.
You do not get along with the forces of Castle Groft?
Nobody gets along with the forces of Castle Groft.
Why is that?
Well, you know how some of the cities around here, that their armies are considered noble knights and men of the defense and honor guards and such things like that.
That seems to be a fairly safe potential assumption.
Well, if you consider all the opposites of those things, that's the army that Lord Groft likes to put together. He likes men who like bashing heads. He likes men who enjoy hurting folk. He likes men who don't mind putting women and children to the blade if necessary.
Tell me, kindly blacksmith, what is your name?
My name's Mugen.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Mugen. I am Sentry.
He holds out his hand to shake.
Sentry takes it and grips maybe a little tighter than necessary. Like, we'll go on the strong end of, like, a mechanical firm.
Right. He squeezes back with just as much strength as you're mustering. Mugen Samek, at your service, sir.
You can expect much business from Kolok's Krushers coming, Mugen.
I'll take that as a compliment.
As you should.
Sentry's gonna take a look at, like, I take it he's got, like, pieces out.
Sure, yeah.
Can I go ahead and make an intelligence roll to sort of appraise the quality?
Sure. They're good quality as far as you can tell. They're more than competent.
Okay. So we'll say, like, highly skilled?
Yeah, definitely highly skilled.
Okay.
As at least by your assessment.
Yeah, absolutely. Sentry turns back to Mugen and says,
In fact, I foresee us coming to you with a lot of potential opportunities.
Very good, sir. Very good.
I am to understand that a young lady came to you today, purchasing javelins and a glaive from you.
Yes, that's correct.
And our boss just recently purchased an order for a oversized longbow from you as well.
Yes, sir, that's right. I'm assuming you all have come back. I don't know if Lucy is with you, but I know Talus was tagging along as well.
I had assumed I was chilling at the inn.
Okay, that's cool. Are you looking to purchase the same?
Not at this time, no. I am, however, going to be gauging the quality of your work and recommending you to others as well.
Well, it's just me here in my shop, so I'll do as much work as quickly as I can, with as much quality as I can for you, sir.
Your generosity, your professionalism is appreciated. If you wish to find us, we are at the Stout Trickster.
Good to know. Good to note.
I would have, of course, included that I'm going to need special arrows for this bow.
Yeah.
As far as my order is concerned.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you that I don't often track bolts and arrows as long as you're in a civilized place, but with an oversized bow being not standard, you're going to have to order and track your arrows.
That's specially made, so yeah.
And I believe that an oversized bow does 2d6 plus strength damage.
Correct.
It is basically a flying greatsword.
Basically a flying greatsword.
Okay.
Sentry pauses for just a moment, remembering something that the guards outside said, and asks Mugen,
Kindly blacksmith, Mugen, do you know of a weaver?
A weaver in town?
Yes.
Sure.
Our last standard was damaged in battle, and we wish to buy a replacement.
Most certainly. There are weavers in in any of the markets in town. You can find one easily. It should not be hard for you to do. You said you're staying at what? The Stout Trickster.
That is correct.
He rubs a meaty hand against a stubbly chin, thinking, and says, "Yes, I do believe there's a weaver in that square there in the market. Might be good. Name is Wendy."
Very well. I will tell her you sent us.
Great. Great.
and with that, Sentry turns on his heel and walks with purpose out of the blacksmith's shop,
Excellent.
leaving the man to his work.
Good.
I'm gonna leave Sentry to go to the Weaver. I'm gonna make my way towards the castle, actually.
Okay.
Talus has been regarding the chainmail, that if he has any of those sorts of pieces out, and kind of looking at it, and then kind of looking at his coin purse, and then kind of looking at it, and then he's gonna go, Do you perhaps have any pieces made out of hide or more affordable materials?
That's not something I do here, unfortunately, but I'm sure there's a tanner in town who would be able to help you with leather armor or hide.
Okay, I will look for this. But you have some nice things here. I appreciate. I will come back someday when I have. I need a lot of diamonds, you understand. So I'm going to need to save my money a little bit. But I will see you some other time. And then Talus is going to follow Century out.
The blacksmith turns back to his work, shaking his head to himself, and says, "What strange folk come to Redinber now?"
So for the most part, Talos, Sentry, and Kolok are basically headed in the same direction. Kolok's headed on
to the castle. Kolok's headed to the castle. All right. Kolok's headed to the castle. Lucy's been hanging out at the inn. We have Sentry going off to a weaver, and we have Talus going to look for a leather worker to get some lighter armor for his skeletons. What has Ty been up to during all of this, just as a curiosity?
I guess I'll just walk around town, see what there is to be seen.
Okay. I'll give you guys a little bit of an overview of town. Sentry, you can tell me when I ask, let me know exactly what you're thinking of as a standard for Kolok's Krushers. And Talus, you can easily find a leather worker who can offer you any of the hide or leather armors at the cost listed in the PHB. If you want to buy 4 pieces of hide armor for your skeletons, you can go ahead and do that. That's no problem. Ty, you wander the streets of Redinber, and you find it to be a place that it's much different than Rockfort. Rockfort is or Ridgefort. Ridgefort was a town where the people seemed to take a lot of pride in their work, take a lot of pride in their heritage, take a lot of pride in their homes. And seeing it destroyed the way that it was rather heartbreaking, because was both heartbreaking and encouraging, because the people went right back to work restoring their village. It was like, we don't die easy kind of a feel. Like, we go down, we come back from things like this. They were hardy folk. The city of Redinber is a stark contrast. People seem unfriendly. People seem to keep to themselves, mind their own business. They come off as very unapproachable. The homes are boarded up against a constant hot breeze that is filled with just smoke and dust. The city is very very heavy with smoke and dust. It is an industrious little town. There are lots of those little blacksmith shops and tanneries and things like that. But some of them, you notice, though they're hard at work, actually have signs in the windows that say things like not taking orders or no further commissions. It is a place that feels just oppressive. I think would be the right word for this city. Oppressive.
Is there any kind of consistency in what types of businesses are no longer taking commissions? Like, is it all of one particular type of business, or all different kinds?
It is mostly larger blacksmith shops, and for the most part, larger blacksmith shops, and you kind of get the sense of any type of shop that would be used to outfit an army.
That kind of checks out. Okay. And just correct my thinking here. This is the following day, the day after we arrived in town. We've slept one night at the inn already, or is this later the same day?
Yeah, well, I think it would make sense for it to be the following day. You guys traveled for 3 days. You got off the road, and you're exploring the town. Yeah.
Okay. Then I will, after kind of noticing those things kind of around the city, I will just walk back to Angie's shrine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just sit down there a little bit. And I'm, trying to build up some confidence, some rapport with her, and eventually, maybe talk to some of the other people that come by and start asking some of the questions that Kolok wanted me to look into.
Okay. She welcomes you back happily when you return. And
yeah, and if there's if I could get some I don't know what kind of food is available here, but a basket of easily shareable food to bring over, so I'm not passing out money or anything, but got food that people come by and willing to have.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yeah. You have a basket full of of just some breads and dried meats and things that you were able to pick up around the city, and especially smaller children come and greedily take from your basket. Angie is once again surprised by your generosity, and your willingness to
I'll
share.
try to teach the kids a little lesson about maintaining the balance of nature and not taking more than they need. But we'll see how that goes.
Sure. And you begin building rapport. In the meantime, Kolok, you approach the castle. The castle has a single gate to its wall going in and out. It is closed with both heavy doors and a portcullis. And as you approach, you notice that again, heavily armed guards cover the parapets and towers of this wall. It is an unwelcoming place. You can see the guards with heavy crossbows up on the tower itself, and there are not guards at the gates of the castle, but what would it be called? Maybe a captain or someone of rank calls down from the watchtowers at the gate.
Hello?
What do you want?
A bit of service?
What do you want?
Looking for work. Apparently you guys are having some hard times.
Just you? Looking for recruitment?
No, I've already got a group. But, if you need some problem solvers, that's what we're for.
The Redinber army is currently recruiting soldiers. If you are looking to join the infantry, that's fine. However, mercenary companies are unwanted at the moment, and the castle is not open to the public.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe you'll change your mind if we prove ourselves a little bit. Anything in the local area giving you guys a little bit more trouble than you're willing to deal with?
He turns away from the wall. Wait here.
Kolok will just sort of look into the guards that are more like in front of him and just have smoke just like coming out of his nose as he just gives a little bit of a snort. Well, seems I got his interest, huh?
Is smoke the Dragonborn equivalent of like a rope?
Yeah, kinda.
That's how I like to think of it.
The like sally port to this gate opens, and a gentleman with two armed men steps out from this door and approaches you. He is dressed well-to-do, but at the same time, like, it's kind of this incorporation of like noble clothing and armor, like a breastplate over kind of well-made clothes, and he bears a ornately worked sword, a rapier in particular. He has what look like dueling gloves that are tucked into his very fine belt. And he has the two armed guards with him where they wear like heavier armor and are carrying pikes and broadswords as they approach.
Ooh,
he walks up to you.
That's a hell of a welcome wagon.
He walks up to you, looks you up and down, and says, "How many are your forces?"
5 altogether. Capable of taking on 50, though.
What experiences in the art of war do you have? Can you name battles that you have partaken in?
I don't really keep track of the names of the battles, but there was a little bit of a scuffle that was had not too long ago. Some small village about 3 days past. Bunch of hobgoblins were attacking the place. So, we hired ourselves out, went ahead and protected the people. Made decent money out of that.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Where are you? There you are. 11.
Okay. What is your name?
Kolok.
And the name of your company?
Kolok's Krushers.
How apt.
Simple is as simple does.
There is something that we could probably put you to work doing, although pay will not be exactly what a mercenary company demands. The coffers are in very broad use. As you can see, we are mid-drought, and we are unfortunately having to purchase, well, provisions are costly. Are you willing to work for perhaps less than what you would normally receive if it would mean an in to the Redinber's Fortress forces? You said this is an audition.
Depends on the price, though. if you're saying that we got to work for copper, that's gonna be a bit of an issue.
I believe standard mercenary work is 2 gold per day for each of the members of your unit. Would you take half?
1 gold per day? You say you have a particular job for us to do, right?
You say that you are looking for work that would provide you with a audition, as it were.
Yeah, show how good we are.
We have been dealing with a group of dwarven warriors that have taken it upon themselves to make trouble for our patrols. They have holed themselves up in a series of caverns up the mountainside. They are not apparently associated with Drakengard Keep, but seem to be a gang of ruffians that is insistent upon harassing my men. Would
Simple
you,
extermination job then, yeah?
if you can stomach such a thing, yes. I would like their heads, please.
Oh. I suppose I can spare the heads.
I will have a contract drawn up between us. You will return here this evening. I will give you the specifics of what location we believe them to be in. We do not know exactly the mouth of the caves that they are using, for there are many, and they travel this whole portion of the mountain itself.
Fine with me.
I will provide you with...
You in about, 4 hours?
4 hours seems acceptable. When you approach the gate, tell them that you are here at the behest of Ondar Glowerkin. I am the Lord's captain.
Alright. Ondar Glowerkin. That's a heck of a name. Then again, I'm not one to talk.
Have a good afternoon, and I look forward to proceeding with our business.
Of course. After we get done with these dwarves, maybe we can start talking about paying us the actual amount that we're worth.
If you handle these dwarves, we can talk about what Redinber can use such men and Dragonborn for.
Oh, I don't think you got anything to worry about. Ain't nothing that we can't handle.
He turns without saying any kind of farewell and walks back to the door.
Kolok gives a bit of a nod before heading back towards the inn. just under his breath, just going, jackass.
He is the only person who has realized you are a Dragonborn.
Everyone else is like, lizard person?
Yeah. Everybody else is like, what is that? Ty, are you trying to make headway with finding out information today, or is today just kind of a day to make inroads with everyone?
I'll make conversation. I'm not gonna demand answers to specific questions or anything like that, but if I'll try to steer the conversation a little bit if it goes towards anything about people coming and going, things like that.
Okay. Give me I know charisma's not your high stat, but
No, it's bad.
Yeah, but since you've been kind of trying to rather than persuade or cajole or interrogate, just give me an insight roll as you're just kind of making conversation and reading the pulse of Redinber.
18.
That's awesome.
Not too bad.
So you've kind of made, you tell your stories about Nadara, and you have food, and like I said, the children in particular seem to really enjoy your company. And Angie is very happy to have the children coming around the shrine. And you've gotten some impression that a lot of their dads have gone to work at the castle recently as soldiers. There's that soldiers keep wandering through this part of town trying to get people to come with them to work at the castle. That's something that you pick up on pretty heavily. Even some of the one or two of them talk about how some of the older boys are telling them that they're older than they really are so that they can go get food at the castle.
Okay.
That's something you pick up on. Anytime Lord Groff comes up in conversation, there is a clear dislike for the man. But he has the food.
Right. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I think
Got
that's kind of the sense that you get from that part of town. And
actually, can I make like well,
tell me what you're trying to do.
I'm good. Well, I was gonna say, I'm like, is there some type of, wilderness food I can show these kids how to forage for? But I realize I'm actually not trained in either nature or survival, so I'll skip that.
So no. All right. You all go about your errands and meet back at the inn, and Lucy just kind of like has her feet kicked up, I think. She said,
I've been chatting with the innkeeper, I think.
You'd be chatting with the innkeeper?
Oh, yeah, I actually had like a pretty... I wanted to have a bit of an involved conversation.
With the innkeeper?
With the weaver.
With the weaver.
It's like a weaver, tailor, that sort of thing.
You were gonna order a standard, right?
Yeah, as well as get a new cape.
Okay. Is it something that can you describe the cape? I'm just kidding. So you head to the Weaver, and the Weaver is a modest shop. Mostly the Weaver's shop has probably what you're looking for, which are carpets, banners, and tapestries hanging in her shop.
Yeah, on his way here, Sentry's been busy drawing with a piece of charcoal in the book filled with gibberish that he woke up with. And he's finally got a design that he thinks suits him and his compatriots.
Okay.
I'll send it to you, but it's basically the draconic letter. It's the draconic symbol for the letter K.
Okay.
So satisfied, he closes his book and he walks into the weaver's shop, knocking on the door.
Okay.
So as to not startle her while she's doing her delicate work.
Sure. She is startled by your loud knocking, oh my. That was quite loud. Hello? Hello? How can I help you?
Pardon the interruption. I have a piece that I need. I need a banner.
Yes, of
as
course.
Well as he pulls the
old the tattered piece of red fabric. It's super high quality fabric,
Sure.
but it's over 100 years of decay. It's dirty. It's like, we would say, like highest quality, almost silk. But he hands it to her and he says, "And
I need this fixed."
She's looking over it. The age.
Or at least replaced.
I think replaced is going to be the best option for you, sir. This looks quite old.
That is correct. I have a design I would like put on the new one, as well as the design for the banner.
And he shows her the draconic K. It's also got a circle going around the outside of it with lines coming off of it. Very simplistic, almost stylized in the simplicity. And he says,
Would you be able to do this in gold thread?
She looks over it and nods. I believe we can do just that. Yes. What quality fabric are you looking for?
I apologize. I have never done this before. What quality fabric do you possess?
Well, every kind of fabric. I can do it in whatever you wish. Would you like it something durable or something for display?
I am with limited funds at the moment. For the banner, the banner's the most important part. How much for the banner?
He thinks for a moment
in relatively durable fabric. It will be seeing battle.
What? Let me ask you, what is your budget for work?
I currently have in my possession 53 gold pieces.
I will make you a banner.
Mugen sent me in your direction.
Good fellow. Alright, let's see. She tells you she can make a banner that would be durable, that would work for what you're looking for, within your budget. I will give you exact pricing and what it's made out of once I put that all together. But for now, know that she...
Would she also be able to do the cape?
Yep, she'll do the cape as well.
Alright, cool.
Yep.
Well, it's like a cloak. He wants a hood now.
Okay.
And so, after agreeing on a price that you and I can hash out,
Yeah, we'll deal with. I'll just send you all the information later.
Yeah. After hashing out a price, Sentry leaves his cloak behind, which is all well and good, as the fabric ripped as he tried to pull it off delicately, and so he couldn't even put it back on if he wanted to. Now, feeling, let's say, naked for the first time in his ageless life, he heads back out into the causeway and looks around to see if he can spot Kolok or Talon.
You all eventually meet up back at the inn, I think, before Kolok, before you would have to get this information on this job. Maybe tell everybody about it, or
Nope, not telling anybody.
No. Kolok, I'm sure wants to work out. We can use the icon for your banner as the marker for where you are on the
party.
map. Yeah. Since you're getting that made. All right.
So once we all meet back up at the trickster, Kolok's gonna gather everybody up towards the rooms. He's probably gonna mash everybody into the same room so that they can talk freely. All right. So I was able to get into contact with a fella by the name of Andar Glaukin. Apparently he's going to be our captain to perhaps get in contact with the Lord whenever we need to. But obviously he wants to know that we're capable of doing the job first. So he's got something provisional for us to accomplish first.
Cool. Sounds good.
What is the job, do you know?
We're going to be killing dwarves.
Like random dwarves?
Yeah, he says that they're giving them trouble. Says that there are probably some bandits or ruffians or something along those lines, but I don't know.
Well,
The people here are really hungry. They might just be trying to get food. It seems like the castle has been buying up all the food for the army and only giving it to people who support the war effort.
You're not wrong. I'd say that is what they're doing. Apparently the coffers are all drying up and they don't really have enough to spend on anybody else. Which, honestly, they shouldn't be focused on war all that much, but whatever.
I believe these dwarves might provide valuable allies.
It's
It is
possible,
probably
but
best.
the only way in
It's
which he'll accept the confirmation that we've done the job is if we provide them with dwarf heads.
Maybe we could just kill the worst one of them and bring back that head.
Then I'll think we killed one of them.
Yeah, I'm assuming they will want all of them.
Oh, okay.
Sentry looks to Talus, and he asks him a very honest and straightforward question.
Are you capable of telling the difference between a human skulls? Realistically.
You cut off for a little bit for me.
He asks Talus if he can tell the difference between human skulls, realistically.
Humans and what skulls?
Dwarf skulls.
Okay.
I will be honest with you. I have never seen a dwarf before. But... So no, probably not. I have not seen a dwarf skull before.
The sheriff in Ridgefort is a dwarf.
Oh, that's right. So yes, I have not seen a dwarf skull before. The sheriff was the first dwarf I have ever met, but I could certainly try based on the proportions, but I imagine they look quite similar.
What, are you thinking about giving him dwarf skulls as opposed to heads?
Precisely.
That's stupid.
Well, we could at least go find these dwarves and figure out if they're bad guys, because if they are bad guys, there's no problem, right? And then if they're not, maybe they could help us fake their own deaths.
Yeah, I
Well-
don't think you can really fake dwarf heads.
Well,
Maybe they have some
the
extras.
point here is learning what's going on with the fortress And if the dwarves know what's going on with the fortress, maybe they can just tell us instead of us having to do the job to get in with the captain. Because that's not the only way to get the
I'm
information
getting
we
the
need.
distinct impression that none of you are in favor of actually killing these dwarves.
I mean, if
they
they're
might be
bad guys
bandits.
and bandits, then that's fine. But I mean, if they're just random people, I'd rather not kill random people.
Yeah, if they're
Kolok,
just
I think-
hungry.
Kolok, I think you know me well enough to know that I am not. But our enemy is currently Redinber.
The enemy is beyond Redinber. Redinber is just consequential to that. It's just one step towards getting closer to who exactly is in charge of all this stuff. Right now, my main focus is getting closer to the Lord and getting information from him directly as to what's going on. That is my main goal. If that means I gotta kill some dwarves who might not be doing anything wrong, then I don't really mind.
And under what circumstances could that Lord possibly give you favorable claims that would cause you to forgive him for attacking Ridgefort and stealing the spear of Morrigan?
Nothing, and it doesn't matter.
Then why do we care what this Lord has to say?
Because he has information on who he might be working for, or at the very least, the spy master does.
Then we need to worry more about the spy master than we do the Lord. I say that
I have a really good feeling that if we get close to the Lord, we're gonna get close to the spy master.
Yes, but if we also subvert their attempts to build an army and cause the populace to openly revolt, then we will get all the answers we could ask for. These people are clearly
revolts.
He's clearly getting more and more frustrated as this conversation because remember a lot of the right words to use in the situation.
Century, let's be clear on something for a moment, okay? We're not going to cause a revolt here. Most of the people here are starving. They're not going to be able to fight off guards, especially ones that have been fed and trained and are armed. They're not going to be able to do that sort of thing. So that's not an option. Secondly, we need the information the spy master has if we're going to get any closer to our target. So, right now, that means getting close to the Lord. Right now, that means indicating that we're good enough. And right now, that means taking care of whatever this job is. It's going to be an extermination job, and we need fresh dwarf heads to demonstrate we did the job.
Not if you burn them first.
If we burn them, then they're not identifiable. And I have a very good feeling that these guys are going to use any excuse in the book to not think that we did the job. So we have to be real clear about it.
It is clear. What is clear to me, Kolok, is that you have actually besieged a city. The best way is not violence from the inside; it is starvation. These people are used by These people are used by the army and their government to cultivate fields and build and establish food stores to house this military force. If we can convince them that they are better off elsewhere, then they will leave, and the city will slowly starve to death.
Oh, maybe they'll leave. Maybe they'll be kept here forcibly. After all, the Lord doesn't seem to have any scruples.
But what
Clearly,
if
you've sent your...
bad people? What do we do then? I don't want to kill nice people.
Then you won't have to kill them, I will.
I mean,
Clearly, you've clearly set your mind to task on this. And since I have agreed to follow your orders, I will. But this had better work.
Just for clarification's sake, I am neutral about killing the dwarves. I'm just workshopping you.
I'm entirely open towards talking about other potential solutions to our problems, but we have to view everything realistically. If there's an alternative, fine. But if it's not something that I can see working, I'm going to explain as such.
I still think maybe we should at least try to make sure that the dwarves are bad. I mean, if they're good people, then they might be willing to try to help us. Maybe they know of other bad dwarves we could kill.
It's a possibility. If we come across them and they're not bad, which chances are good everyone's at least a little bad. It's never really that black and white. If they might be useful to us, and if they aren't exactly ruffians or bandits or anything along those lines, just people trying to save out for themselves, and they know of other places we can get dwarf head, then we might be onto something. But right now, I'm going to be making sure that I know where we're going. I'm going to get back in contact with Andar. I'm just letting you all know where we're going to be going real soon. We might be heading out tonight. We might be heading out in the morning. I'm not sure.
In that case, I should probably buy some diamonds. I don't have any yet, and if one of you dies, I need them to bring me back.
Do we know how far the trip is to the dwarves?
Not yet. That's what I'm going to go discuss with Andar here soon.
So, at the very least, we leave tomorrow.
Yeah, probably.
Very well. I will get dinner started.
What are we having?
I saw some dried fish in the pantry downstairs. I believe we will be having fish fry and chopped vegetables.
Nice, thank you.
And he nods and leaves.
And Kolok will go ahead and wait until around the time he's supposed to meet with Andar before heading out himself.
Okay.
Talus is also going to gather any money other party members are willing to donate to the as many diamonds as possible fund, and then go from jewelry shop to jewelry shop looking for diamonds.
If you're looking for diamonds for the spell, you can easily do so.
Ooh.
22 on that cooking check, by the way.
Yes, you provide a lovely meal for your companions for the evening.
I will also harangue Kolok and make sure that that he eats his vegetables.
Yeah, of course.
He does not like vegetables.
No, I just imagine Sentry there with a fork, piece of broccoli on the end of it, like
If you say "Here comes the choo-choo," I swear.
What is a choo-choo? Here comes the wagon.
Just shove him onto his back. Just no.
Oh God! Here comes the wagon. All right, you return to the castle to meet with Ondar Glowerkin. You inform the guard that you are there for him, and he brings you the information that you need. If you leave out of the temple gate and head up into the mountainside, overlooking that particular road, you will find a hill that is a rocky, kind of a clay-colored rocky hill that overlooks the road. That is the hill that these dwarves seem to be holed up inside. There is a number of entrances to a series of caverns that have been there for quite some time in that hill. He tells you that the dwarves have holed themselves up in those caverns, or in those caves that are inside this hill, and have been kind of attacking from the different exit ways they never know which hole these dwarves are going to come out of, and so they've had to increase the number of men on their patrols. It would make things a lot easier if those dwarves were not there to harass the military forces any longer. He tells you that the dwarves attack in numbers ranging from 10 to 15 men at any given time that they attack the patrols. They want the tunnels cleared out. He wants their heads brought to him. He wants it done with. He wants it done as soon as you can possibly have it done, because that roadway is apparently incredibly important to the needs of the city at the moment.
All right. So I have all the information, not essentially a scroll or parchment or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
there is also a signed contract between you and Ondar Glowerkin. It is signed by him in a big OG with the Lord's seal. And his
initials are oh god.
He asks for you to sign off on the same paper, stating that you will be paid, you and your men will each be paid 1 gold per day until the job is done, with the expectation that the job will be done in no more than a 10-day.
It's a shit pay. He's gonna take one of his claws and he's gonna like scratch one of his palms and get some blood on it, and then just sign KD for himself.
Very good.
We'll leave in the morning. This will be taken care of pretty quickly, I imagine.
The caves are no more than 2 days' travel, depending on your pace.
We'll probably be back within 4 days.
Excellent. I think this will be a profitable business arrangement, and should things...
For you. The gold you're paying us is absolute shit.
I didn't say it would be profitable for the both of us. However, should you succeed in this task, I will know that your company is worthy of what you say they are worthy of, and we can make arrangements for you to further assist Lord Groff in the city of Redinber. He rolls up his copy of the document and gives one to you, puts his in his scroll case, and with the same air of jackassery as earlier, walks away from you without even a consideration of a goodbye.
Just walking away with a snort of like a little bit of flame, just right out of his nose. Just hate that guy. Can't wait until I can kill him.
You have the information you need. You have a map to where this hill is, and you have a map of, at the very least, a couple of the entrances into this cavern system. As well as I said, they've attacked between 10 and 15 dwarves at any given time, but they never seem to come from the same direction twice.
Yeah, probably means that there's more than 15 in there by probably a decent margin. Probably better off estimating around 20, 25, maybe 30. I'll bring that contract back and explain to everybody that we'll be leaving in the morning, and that the dwarves in question probably are number at the upper end, probably around 30.
All right. Yeah. You inform them of this. Go ahead.
Upon hearing the information, Sentry, what time of day is it?
Well, at this point, it's probably like real late at night.
Yeah, it's probably evening.
Okay.
Sentry goes outside, takes his seat in the wagon with Daedalus and Chance in clear view, and begins to study his book.
Okay. The next morning, well, do you want to... yeah, the next morning you prepare to head out to the hill. As I've said, it's a couple days travel. I'll take you over to the map of your quarry. Just a moment.
Before we leave, do we have time to... do I have time to check on how my helmet's coming along?
He told you that it would be a couple of days for the helmet, so it'll probably be ready it will be ready by the time you get back.
Got a lot of jobs to do right
Yeah.
now, so.
Got it.
He's making a glaive and a bunch of other things, so yeah. So yeah, you guys head out to the hill. Kolok, what exactly do you tell everybody about your meeting?
Well, he will inform them that Ondar appears to be quite a bit of a jackass. He also apparently knows what a Dragonborn is, which is a step above where basically everybody else in Redinber can be. Everybody else seems to think I'm some sort of lizard person.
Because you are a lizard person.
All right, Golem. He's not going to be paying us much. At minimum, though, it's 4 gold each. 10 gold if we decide to drag it out, but that's just going to make us look like assholes ourselves.
That's so much money. You said this town was struggling?
It's a per day payment. 1 gold for each of us per day. Which, normally, for even moderately skilled mercenaries, it'd be 2 gold a day. So we're being underpaid.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys have worked for Ridgefort a couple of times now for way more money than that.
Granted, he doesn't know whether or not we're capable, but at the same time, I'm not really satisfied with how much they're paying even a mercenary group.
The funds don't matter at this point.
No, it's not really the point, right, of what we're doing. So I'm not really all that worried about it. But it does indicate that they aren't doing very well, or that they're hoarding.
I would assume the latter, to be honest. They seem like the hoarding type.
I wouldn't doubt it.
All right.
So we take the wagon and head to the hill.
Yeah. You spend a few days on the road, or about a day and a half on the road if you are making good time. And you find yourself coming upon, like in the distance, you see this hill. And this is essentially the map he gives you. The black space is just hilltop, right, on the map. But there's kind of the ridges of this hill. It's huge, right? It's a very large, almost like a small peak in and of itself in this mountain range. And there's a couple of entrances to these caverns that he has placed upon this map that he gives you. I'll point them out to you here. There's kind of an entrance here might be moving a little slow. So I might have to break this map down and put it on a couple of different pages, unless you can show me how Foundry would do it better tonight, Alex. But there's the entrances that are on the map that you can see are here and here, and here. And it looks like there's some outlets for inland streams that come out here and here and here on the map.
Okay.
Here. So wait, this is one of the entrances?
Where? Hold on.
Yep, right there.
Yes.
That's probably, if this is also oriented the same way, that's probably the one we...
The one what?
That's the one we'll see first.
Mm-hmm. So, are you riding the road just riding down the road, or are you planning to... how are you planning to approach this hill? You can see it in the distance. Like I said, it's kind of a small peak. So you have your options about how you're going to deal with this.
We'll ride down the road. And once we get real close to this system, I'll probably ask... probably Ty to see if he can't find another entrance for us. One that we wouldn't be able to find on the map.
Okay.
There's
You want me to sneak around and
Yeah,
just survey?
basically.
This is the road
Okay.
that goes past it, just for the sake of
Got it.
having it on the map there. All right, go ahead and put Ty on the map. You'll realize just how large this in scale
Yeah,
this
this
place is.
Yeah,
is
those
huge.
are 5-foot squares, right?
Yes, they are. This place
Yeah.
is huge.
Well, I guess I'll just try to sneak, do a lap around it and see what I can see.
Okay.
Take a level of exhaustion.
Go ahead and give me. If you're trying, are you trying to be stealthy around the?
Yeah.
Okay. So. You move at. We're gonna move in real close here, I think, so that we can see Ty. Get a sense.
So
of
I
scale.
normally move at 40 feet. So if I'm moving stealthily, it'll only be 20.
It'll be 20 feet. 20 feet around. So, yeah.
Yes, that's 1,600 feet. So it's a half mile with all of the detours I'll be taking, probably.
Sure.
All told. So, yeah. So it'll take me 10, 15 minutes to sneakily do it.
Sure. So you spend 15 minutes scouting out this whole area. Give me 2 stealth rolls and 2 in either perception or investigation rolls as you're kind of circling this mount.
Okay, that's stealth and perception.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. I will tell you that as you pass by as you roundabout on this, the first half of this mount, you do easily pick out the hidden doors that are on the map. You can see them. They are made to look like stony entrances that are they're made to look hidden, right? They're made to blend in with the stony rock of this place, and you easily pick them out, as those are the 2 places on the map. And as you're looking around, you do notice that there are 2 or 3 dwarven lookouts, situated on here. I Just mark that down where you kind of see the lookouts so that you'll know where they are on the map.
Okay.
There's one up here. You find one up here. Find another one like over here.
Oh, I see.
The little.
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah. So you find some dwarven lookouts that are hidden among the rock, and you're pretty sure that if you weren't as careful as you were, you would have picked they would have picked you out, and you probably would have never seen them. But you get.
Okay. Well, when I get to the third one over here, this guy, the westernmost one, I will try to sneak closer.
Okay. How close are you trying to get to him?
I want to get very close.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I want to get to speaking range pretty quickly.
Sure, you can easily do that with what you've rolled for your stealth rolls. So you get yourself up within speaking range of this dwarven scout who is hidden among the rocks here.
Okay. So unfortunately, I don't speak Dwarven, so I'll just have to talk to him in Common and hope that works out. I say, hi there. Don't mean to startle ya. Just passing by. Let's see what he says.
Huh! What? Huh! Kid, you shouldn't be sneaking up on a man like that.
Oh no, it's okay.
He looks at you. You don't even have a quarterstaff anymore, right? You're just bare. You don't even carry any weapons. Okay.
Nope, and I've got the hat with the big flower on it.
This dwarf. How'd you even see me up here?
Oh, I was just looking. So, I'm gonna have to level with you here. Some guys in Redinber wanted us to come out here and take your heads and bring them back to the city.
He, spits on the ground when you say the name of Redinber. Let the bastards come and try. We've scared them off enough times now. Wait, did you say you?
Yeah, me and my friends. But don't worry about that too much right now. I wanted to know why you were attacking their soldiers.
Note to self:
to kill you, but don't
do
worry.
not have Ty be. I am somehow better at diplomacy than Ty is.
Oh shit! Holy hell!
Stealthiest, but maybe not most subtle.
Too innocent for his own good, ladies and gentlemen.
I honestly have to really think about how this dwarf is going to respond to that.
You really should have added "Don't try to talk to any of them if you see them" because holy hell.
Was left unattended, so it's really on us.
Literally, it is the blind leaving the blind, right? Not a single one of these characters should ever be left unattended in situations like this.
We help even each other out.
Wow. The dwarf, he kind of has this look on his face like he's trying to comprehend exactly what Ty has just said to him. You and your friends, eh? How many of you are there?
14.
Roll deception.
It's not
There are
deception.
14 of us.
Oh, there are 14. He's counting.
Houses, people.
I'm counting the dogs, the skeletons, and Grim.
I was about to say that's a very specific lie. But
You're right. It's not a lie. It's a very specific truth. The dwarf 14 soldiers.
Oh, no, we're not soldiers.
Then how did you plan to take our heads?
Oh, I don't know. That's not my job to think about.
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Are they 14? Are the other rest of you? Are they? They're children like you then?
Oh, no. But I will say that before we went into Redinber and got hired by them, we did have to fight a bunch of them because they were attacking merchants on a different road. But now they don't like it that you're attacking people on this road. I don't know. These people get really hung up on roads.
Well, we just attack them. We don't attack merchants.
Right. I was
Love
wondering
this
why.
campaign.
Well, first, hold on. I'm trying to keep up with everything that you're saying. Understand? This is a very this is a lot for me.
Now, does he have like a horn or a signal whistle or something that I can see?
He has a he does. He has a horn. He also is carrying like a number of different styles of axe.
Okay.
And a crossbow, which is what's in his hands right now is the crossbow.
Okay.
He is wearing like armor that is he's wearing like lighter armor that's loose fitting clothing and a cloak, and they're obviously made to blend into the environment. He's even got some like dust bowl type brush kind of like sticking out of the hood to keep him hidden amongst things.
Sure.
And he kind of rolls his shoulders, still has this really confused expression on his face, strokes his beard a little bit, thinking, and says, "So there's 14 of you. They're not all boys. Some of them are, any of them Redinber soldiers. Any soldiers.
Oh no.
But you fought a bunch of folks.
We fought a bunch of Redinber soldiers, yeah.
Well, that's good. I like that. That's good. 'Cause screw them. Screw the Redinber soldiers. But anyway, the why is because you see, we were living in a village north of here, and Redinber decided that they wanted the things that we had, and they took them, and now we live in these caves. And now that we live in these caves, we kill the sons of bitches who took our lands and our things, so that they can know what it's like to have that done to them.
I take out the map that we took that had like the little villages and farms marked on it, and just roll it out on like the ground nearby and sit down. It's like, was it one of these? And point to the villages that were marked.
Yeah, he points to one of the villages that's kind of up in the mountains, that is off past where Redinber is, and is like, yep, that's us right there.
Do you know what this one is? And I'll point to the fortress that none of us knew what it was.
Oh, that fortress. That there. Yes. That's where that old story is. That's old story about the gargoyle.
Oh yeah, that's what we thought too. Okay, and I put the map away.
Tell me, kid. You said that. Now, when you say 14, are they? You're all combatants then? Not soldiers.
I don't think that's really important.
And you're coming to take our heads, though.
Well, we were hired to do that.
But you're not gonna do that.
Well, like I said before, I'm not in charge of thinking about those things.
Can you take me to who is?
I'd love to do that, but I think I'm gonna have to borrow your horn while we do it.
I think you're gonna blow that as soon as you get close to us, and then we're all gonna get shot with arrows and stuff.
All right,
that's good.
Here's what I'd like to do. You've told me some things about you and your friends. I've told you some things about me and my friends. I will let you hold my horn. I would like to parley with your with whoever is in charge of the head taking.
Sure, you can come talk to Boss Kolok.
Boss Kolok. Kolok. What kind of name is... what language is that name from?
I think Draconic.
Draconic. Kolok. Sounds draconic. I never liked draconic. Alright. Take me to him. He takes off the horn and holds it out to you.
Okay.
I wouldn't blow that if I were you.
Yeah, that's why I'm holding it.
Oh, alright, yes. Makes sense now.
Then I will kind of keep an eye, try to make sure he's not, like, signaling any of the other guards. I'll try to, like, bring the path, like, way out this way and back to the group so that we don't come within line of sight of the other watch posts that I saw.
Sure. He's very cooperative. He walks right next to you so that you're side by side. He's like, I'm gonna walk right here so you know that I'm not trying anything.
That's fine.
And you guys will slowly make your way back along the path to the wagon. Kolok, you see in the distance, Ty is walking back with a dwarf, kind of chit-chatting with each other as they walk up.
Can we all see Ty?
Yeah, you can all see him.
Could I open communications with him and ask, like, oh,
I'm
you're
very
back?
certain I did not ask him to grab a dwarf. I am very certain that my orders were to find another entrance. What is he doing?
So, Lucy, are you asking Kolok if you can open another communication with him?
No, I just do it.
Okay.
But I just open him with Ty, and I'm just like, oh, you found one. Is he a good guy or a bad guy? Like, should I squish his brain?
No, don't do that. He's gonna come talk to Kolok.
Oh, great.
That's so funny. Can I squish his brain? Nah. That's just the casual way we talk about these things.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody but Ty is a bunch of psychopaths.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna squish his brain if he's a good guy. That's why I asked.
This party is literally 4 psychopaths and a naive 16-year-old.
But they're all fun, different brands of psychopaths.
That's absolutely true. They come walking back up the road until they get within. Lucy doesn't squish his brain, and you bring this dwarf over to your companions.
Okay, well, I guess the idea here is to make things as awkward as possible, then.
Well, their village was destroyed by the Redinber soldiers who came and stole a bunch of things from them, just like us. And so now they're attacking Redinber soldiers because of it, which is also what we did. Anyway, I did find these secret entrances, and I describe where they are, and a bunch of guards. So I thought it would be best just to talk to them first.
That dwarf is probably like, Jesus Christ, he knows everything.
All right. Well, how do you do, little dwarf?
Good. I am seeking parley.
So I see. Well, I'm Kolok, currently the leader, I guess, even though people don't do what I tell them to do.
As I have been informed, I am Yodgrin.
Right. So, Yodgrin, got a question for you.
Captain Yodgrin.
Captain, so you're in charge as well?
No.
Who is?
That would be, well, our Lord.
Your lord.
Well, yes, Lord of Lord of the Hilltown.
Do I believe him?
Give me an insight check. Yeah, you believe him. He's being honest. Ty's been honest with him. You gave your name.
Right. We've got a little bit of a problem as far as you guys are concerned. See, there's something going on in Redinber that I need to figure out. They are responsible for working with a group that have stolen something from a town of mostly humans nearby. Something very important. Now, they don't know specifically who it is, but their lord and spy master might. So I need to get close to them. In order to do so, we're letting them use us as hirelings for now. And their job that they gave us was to come here and get rid of all of you. So, if you'd like to parlay, my question to you is how do we handle this in a way that works for you and us?
What do they want?
Apparently they want dwarf heads. And they want everybody in this hill gone.
Well, that doesn't work for us.
Do you have any freshly dead? Surely you fight them, yes? Do you take no casualties?
We have casualties, yes. And I guess we have freshly dead. But you want us to
need at least 15 freshly dead dwarf heads.
You want me to I think this parlay is beyond what authority that I have.
Great. Then why don't we find the person who has the authority that I need?
I don't.
Sentry gets really close. The sentry gets closer and goes,
Take us to your leader.
I'll be honest with you, my group's not really fond of the idea of slaughtering all of you. So,
then that's something that them and I have in common. I do not wish to be slaughtered.
Finding a middle ground here.
I don't know if, look, I don't know that we have 15 dwarf heads that I would be happy to give you of our kin, and I don't know that the Lord is going to be so keen on giving you 15 heads of our kin as well. If somebody came to you and said, hey, we want 15 heads of your dead tribe mates, or villagers.
I will give it to them, it's just polite.
Look.
Sentry does his best to mimic Kolok. He goes, they'd have to kill us for it.
Look. Just go ahead and take me to somebody who can actually give me some information that I can use. I've got an idea as to how we can avoid any bloodshed on either of our parts, while still allowing me to accomplish what I want to accomplish. But I need to talk to somebody who's a little bit more in charge of things.
All right. I will head back to... I will head back to my people and set up a meeting.
Thank
Okay.
you. You're very kind.
Tell you what. You've got a day.
I don't know that we'll need that much time. Look, I just need to know how to get you inside without all these weapons. He has my horn.
We'll give you back your horn when you go back in. But you're not getting any of our weapons.
Well, how about this? The
Boss
boy...
Kolok, I would, if I may.
Go ahead. I think he gave you the go-ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Go ahead.
I volunteer to accompany the dwarf inside to make sure that they don't call to attack us. And I carry no weapons.
I've built some rapport with the boy. Why doesn't he come with me?
Okay.
All right. What you're essentially asking is a show of good faith by giving you a potential hostage, right?
Let's say that you want to speak to someone, and you look dangerous, and he looks dangerous. And this boy has been straightforward with me. I am so sorry. I've given my name. Your name, son.
You can call me Ty.
Ty. He's been very friendly. Perhaps it would be better if he spoke to the Lord than someone who... I just think we've built a rapport.
I speak into Ty's mind and I'm like, hey, just give a shout if, they try to kill you or something.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Great.
You hold on to the horn, and Ty will come with me. Then you know that I will not signal anyone in our return.
All right.
I must protest.
Century. Do you really think that bringing you in is going to make them feel any better?
No. But
I'm
that is not
happy
why
about
we do
this
this.
either. But it is all of you who said that if these dwarves were reasonable, that we should try to negotiate, right?
I fail to see the logic in letting one of our side back up.
Here's the logic. They want to set up a meeting with us, but they know that we are also here on Redinber's account. So they don't trust us and they don't act for a reason to. The fact that this one's willing to parley with us at all is basically entirely because of Ty, which indicates to me Ty's a likable guy, at least as far as the dwarves are concerned.
I trust him.
He's willing to bring him in, and that's going to act as an assurance that we're not going to come and start swinging. Because if we do, they can kill Ty. It also keeps us out here, and it gives them the opportunity to set up a meeting. They set up a meeting, they come back, they have Ty, and then we go inside without having to fight all the doors on the way in.
And if they don't bring Ty, they destroy them with ruthless abandon.
Indeed. If anything happens to Ty and he doesn't come back with you when you come out to lay down the terms of the meeting, we're going to be very angry.
The dwarf nods. The dwarf nods to you. The boy will be safe. I give you my word.
Very well.
Go get this meeting set up, quick.
You head in. You guys head in. And Ty, I will reveal the path that you take into the mountain. You end up in a large central chamber of this area of this mountain. Doing the best to reveal what I can here for what you see. In this central chamber is like he leads you through this main tunnel here, and into this central chamber. This central chamber has there's what look like a dwarven refugee camp in here. You move into this central chamber, and there's like little tents and homes set up inside, and there are stores within it, like stores of food and supplies set up within it. You see things with Redinber markings that they've taken from the guards they've attacked in the city, and they bring you in. You see dwarven children running around. Like, there's women, children, all kinds of people living in this central cavern. And he brings you to this large tent, and he enters inside of it. And after speaking with the dwarven guards outside in Dwarvish, and he leads you in.
Can Lucy can Lucy like hear things that I'm thinking? Like, if I think about like what the dwarves are saying, can she hear that? Or is it literally just what we
I'm pretty sure you can choose what to send to me, but I'll put up what I know.
Yeah, why don't you put up the ability so we can read exactly what it says. As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see and roll your psionic talent die. For that many hours, you and the chosen creature can speak telepathically. Okay. So whatever you say to her, she will hear, and vice versa.
Okay. Well, I'll just say, Lucy, do you speak dwarf?
No, sorry, I don't.
Okay.
You're led into this large tent, and inside, sitting on a big, high-backed chair, is a older dwarf, gray-bearded, well-muscled, very leathery face, lots of old scars, and Yodgrin introduces you as Lord Bronzefall. This is Ty. He is here with a group of mercenaries who were sent from Redinber to cut off the heads of our compatriots. I have parleyed with them, and they wish to set up a meeting with you to mutually beneficial effect. They do not wish to actually harm us. It seems that their intention is to discover what Redinber is up to, as much as it is ours to take from them. But I will allow Ty to speak his piece on their behalf to set up such a meeting. Lord Bronzefall waves you to approach his kind of makeshift throne that he has, and to speak. He says nothing. He just does this all with hand motions.
Okay. Well, I will step up, bow a little bit, say, Lord Bronzefall, I think that we have a common enemy in the army of Redinber, and we'd like to discuss how we might be able to work together and fight against them.
He nods. In very, very almost hard to understand common with this thick dwarven accent. He says, "Why you hunt Redinber? You fight them. Why?"
They were attacking travelers on the road. They were attacking other farming villages, and we believe they were involved with an attack on Ridgefort, just up the road.
He nods. We will offer safe passage to your companions to meet. No violence.
Thank you. That's all we ask.
He looks to Yodgrin. You will retrieve them. And Yogdrin and he dismisses the two of you to go get the rest, and you all end up meeting with the lord of this dwarven village. Eventually, you all kind of follow in if you're willing to go. They ask that you they bring you into this tunnel with like an escort, right? Ty, they send you and Yogdrin out with an escort of dwarven guards to meet the rest of the companions.
I'll brainwave Lucy and let her know that it's okay and that the deal is go ahead.
Okay. So Kolok, Sentry, Lucy, Talus, you watch as Ty and the dwarven scout captain come out with a group of armed dwarves to escort you. And Yogdrin lets Ty tell you what was agreed upon.
Lord Bronzefall says you can come in and talk.
That's it. Yogdrin reiterates, no violence will take place. My guards here are for mutually assured safety of you and my people.
Fair enough.
Wait.
All right.
Callus is gonna walk over to Kolok and quietly ask, should I bring the skeleton?
Keep them out here.
Okay, I will leave the skeletons.
Okay. All right. You're brought in. You see the same thing. Kolok, Sentry, Lucy, Talus. You see that there is an entire dwarven village living in this mountain, living in this small mountain. They look like they're hill dwarves. They're not mountain dwarves, and this is clearly not their natural home. They have tents set up in this big open cavern, and this cavern looks like it was dug out by something, by I don't know, maybe Kolok. As you look around, you think maybe kobolds lived here once. These do not look like these are not dwarven halls. As any of you would expect to be dwarven halls. This is a cave. And you're brought before Lord Bronzefall. Yogdrin introduces you all as Kolok and his mercenaries. And again, this huge, like scarred, battle-hardened dwarven lord sits on this big, high-backed wooden chair and motions you all to come forward. And he says to you, "Welcome. I wish I could give you a better view of our home, our ancient halls in the hills, but they have been taken from us by a mutual enemy."
So I've heard. Redinber, yeah.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry that happened.
Lord Groff is an evil man.
Evil, cowardly, selfish, maniacal, authoritarian. Lots of things you can call him.
Doesn't pay very well, I thought. If we're just listing things.
I mean, yeah, that's true too. 4 gold each just to kill an entire village of dwarves. I mean, are you kidding me?
They knew who they sent you to kill. They expect I only see 5. Yogdrin said you were 14.
Oh, yeah. Those are included in Talus's entourage. He usually has some dogs with him.
I like dogs. Do you like dogs? Should I get my dogs?
He doesn't respond to Talus's question with anything more than a nod when he asks if he likes dogs. It's just kind of this subtle nod, but he then continues with what the discussion at hand is and says, they expect 5 to take on a whole village of dwarf warriors.
Wouldn't be our first time.
Not that we normally kill dwarf villagers. We just move.
Oh, no, normally it's hobgoblins.
Sentry wordlessly takes a look around. What is the general state of like the defenses that can be seen
in this part of the cavern? I mean, your view of things has been very limited. They took you down one passageway where there was at least a squad of dwarven warriors, probably like 10 dwarven warriors hanging out in that passage. And then when you came into this area, you were very rapidly brought through a series of tents that were literally a village of people into this main tent at the far end of the cavernous opening. There are multiple tunnel exits out of this area, so if they needed to scatter, they could easily do it. All of those little spaces around the outside edge are like exits from this cavern. There are armed dwarves everywhere. It seems even like just the average dwarven villager that's walking around tending to their children or tending to mundane things carries some kind of a weapon on hand. It looks like the entire village could be mobilized for war if necessary.
It seems that we were sent on a suicide mission to begin with.
This is what I was going to say. It seems that for 4 gold, they traded your life.
Yeah, well, they weren't really going to accomplish much with it. So, what we need to do is we need to make them think that we actually accomplished this without actually having done it. Suggestions?
I have different suggestion.
What might that be?
You join us. Raid the Redinber forces as they leave city. Gather information that way.
None of the soldiers are going to know what I need to know. I need to get close to their spy master.
He is a slippery man, their spy master.
That's why I was kind of relying on this whole proving our worth and getting close to them idea.
Have you had any dealings with him?
Not yet.
Any information about him? Do you know?
Unfortunately not. Closest I've gotten to anybody of any importance over there is this guy named, what was it? Oman?
Oman?
Nah. Ondar. Yeah, Ondar's his name. Ondar, Glowerkin.
A broad and unfortunate-looking smile breaks on this dwarven lord's face. Then you have met the man you look to seek.
Oh, good. Good to know. So he's the one who sent us here to accomplish something that he didn't think we'd be able to. You guys don't want to die. We don't really want to fight right now either. So, question right now, how do I make him think that we did our job?
Wait, so Ondar is the spy master, yes?
According to our dwarven friend here. How do you know that?
He is not the only one with spies.
Do you perhaps think that he sent us here to die not simply to get rid of unfortunate mercenaries, but because he suspects us of defending
Probably.
Ridgefort?
The way that I see it is he probably didn't want to deal with us in the first place, us being mercenaries. So he decided to give us a job that wasn't going to actually be something we would be able to accomplish, but it would weaken, at the very least, the people that he's trying to annihilate out here. Send some expendables out, never having to actually pay them to take out some of your enemies. Makes sense.
Kolok, you straight up told him that you had been hired to defend Ridgefort.
Yeah.
and that's when he gave you this job.
I think there is a possibility that he does not trust us, and even if we do accomplish this job, I do not. It is unclear how much he will be willing to share with us.
I don't really give a crap what he's willing to share.
Did you?
What does the food situation look like?
It is scarce. It seemed. The things you being a chef yourself, a cook yourself, especially for a band of traveling warriors, you were looking around as you assessed their camp for defenses, and as you took in what these people were doing, you noticed that that the food that was being prepared by any given group of dwarves seemed to be things like stew made with things like very skinny rabbits and whatever meat they could find on the hunt. But there's it did not look like they had vast stores of food anywhere.
Okay.
Thin stores.
All right.
Let me ask you a question, Lord. Do you have any instances of dwarves that are people you'd rather get rid of? Bad dwarves. Dwarves that give you a bad name.
You're asking about villagers who are lawbreakers? What do you mean?
Kolok. Oh,
What?
sorry. Sentry makes a disapproving buzz noise and says,
I do not believe that we will be able to convince men to sell out members of their own race while they are being oppressed by a clearly different enemy.
Not asking them to sell out anybody that they live with or any villagers or anything like that. Everyone's got problem people. Humans have bandits. Half-orcs have raiders. Regular orcs have raiders. Lots of people have members of their species that are shit.
Do you have any raiders around here? Dwarven raiders?
The
We need the heads, you understand.
What's the dwarven king's? What's the dwarven lord's name?
It's Bronzefall. Lord
Okay.
Bronzefall.
Lord Bronzefall, if I may.
He waves a hand for you to speak.
What we chiefly need. The killing is a means to an end. It doesn't need to happen. Tactically speaking, what they're trying to do is secure trade or secure passage on the road to the south of your encampment. If we can prevent raids from dwarves along this road, then our task will have been done, and all we would need is some sort of proof that we have completed our task. Considering your numbers, it is not feasible for us, even if we were to succeed, and I'm not suggesting that we try. It would be unreasonable for us to present them with the head of every dwarf available. We only need one.
And it need not come from a dwarf currently alive, just not too far gone. There is some I can do.
Exactly. But what would really matter is some sort of proof of status.
He sits thinking, stroking his beard. We can find a way to come up with some evidence of your success.
Good.
Agreed. And in the meantime, if I may, there are several methods that can be used to secure a more beneficial return of resource use. I've noticed that you have been spending time gathering meat from the local woods. With the drought, the game is thin and gamey, but considering the natural humidity of a cavern, it's possible to increase the amount of food able to be produced using local vegetation.
I have no idea what you're getting at right now.
What I'm saying is that I can help them to survive here using proper cooking methods.
Well, that's not going to be necessary. After we find out what we want, we'll go ahead and join up with the dwarves and raid Redinber itself.
Yes, but in the meantime, there will need to be a period of time which no raids happen along the road. If raids continue, then it will be proof against our claims to have succeeded.
Well, yeah, but I kind of figured they'd be able to handle that for, a month? It wouldn't need that long.
Their food stores are clearly on the lower end, or be using such scarce game.
You can always just bring them some food.
Nah, if we come out here, that's just going to be suspicious.
If this lord sent you to die, and you return, you must be careful.
Oh, don't worry. Humans do stupid things like draw up contracts. He's got to accept what the contract states. And if he can't prove that we've cheated him or done anything wrong, then, well, he's got to accept it.
It would be pretty bad if all his soldiers heard about how he didn't pay the people that worked for him.
Start making them feel real nervous about their own place. Are we gonna get paid? Are we gonna get fed? You can't even pay for mercenaries to do a job that they actually succeeded in doing. Something that we couldn't have done. Oh, yeah. He would have a real hard time fighting back against us on that one. Reputations matter a whole heck of a lot to the higher-ups when it comes to humans.
I'm not warning you of not getting paid. You are dealing with a treacherous man. If he truly sent you to die and you return, then you must be prepared to die at any turn. He will find other ways to try and eliminate you.
I mean, that won't be too bad as long as he doesn't get me.
I will.
Wait, I should clarify.
Honestly, I'm not too scared of the dandy pants.
I don't mean that in a selfish way. I bring people back from the dead. It is my thing.
Also, if we come back and we're alive, maybe he'll consider us as useful assets rather than someone he wants to throw away.
Oh, he'll still try to throw us away. He's just gonna keep failing.
Captain,
Or that.
provide them with what evidence they need. We will send them on their way. If you live long enough, you have safe passage here. For mutual enemies of Redinber are welcome.
Sentry steps forward, opening up his spellbook and tearing a page out. He waits for the okay from the nearby guard, assuming that he's the leader. They'll stop him.
Yeah, the guard steps forward and holds out a hand for the page.
Okay.
What is this?
It's the same. It's the same illustration. It's a single draconic character. And Sentry says,
If you see this, they are affiliated with us.
The king waves for the man to, or the lord waves for the man to bring him the paper, and he looks at it and nods. What is it you said you search for? Why is it you oppose Redinber? Tell me again.
They stole something extremely important to me.
Then we have much that we have in common. When you return to the city, you will seek out the Green Spear Inn. It is very expensive. Nolly, she is the proprietor of this inn. Ask her to see her hammer, and she will know you have been sent by me.
That's cloak and dagger bullshit. Alright.
If you need to communicate with us, much as you have provided a symbol of who you are, you can do so through her without returning here. As you said, that would be suspicious.
Indeed it would be. So where are we getting these heads?
I can provide you. I will have Ogdrin provide you with some evidence. Will not be all the heads you seek, but if you need one, we have one such that may prove valuable enough that they would consider it evidence enough.
I'm going to read over my contract again. It says that we're supposed to drive them from these caves.
Yes.
And provide dwarven heads as evidence that we've done so, yes?
Correct.
Doesn't say how many.
It does not.
And okay, so yeah,
There's
that'll
no
be fine.
There's no realistic way that they could even possibly
what?
There's no way that they could realistically even know how many.
No. Again, you were told that they were attacked by 10 to 15 dwarves at a time.
We will just say there were way more dwarves than we were expecting, and we could not fit all the heads.
You will tell them you collapsed the tunnels upon us.
Yeah, if we ended up saying that we destroyed most of the bodies somehow, in which only a few heads are recoverable, that might make sense.
The closer we
stick, or the less elaborate the lie, the better.
Tell
so
them.
We just say we drove them out. These are the heads of the ones that we killed on the way. Real simple.
Sentry looks around and then back to the party and.
I do not believe it is best to discuss this particular plan of perhaps on the way back.
Still, we're going to need to make sure that until we're ready, these guys don't attack any more caravans or patrols.
We will not.
Exactly. We can contact Nolly when we have reached the next phase of our plan.
I will have my forces withdraw from attacks for now. But we will need a means of feeding our people. We have used what...
Would you to Nolly? Would she be able to get it to you if we brought it to her?
Yes, she knows the ways.
Maybe they could go to Ridgefort.
No, Ridgefort's got its own problems. They barely had any. Their granary was barely saved, let alone all the people that have died that are supposed to be doing their farming.
How many gold worth of rations do you think you'd need to survive the month?
I think rations are like 1 silver a day.
Yeah, and
it would be a lot.
There's an
It'd
entire
be a lot of gold.
There's an entire village of dwarves that are living in this cavern.
The key to survival on minimal food is less. I would be glad to show your cooks what I know.
We will take what advice you can give.
All right. Sentry. So how? So it's hot, right?
Yes.
And because it's the beginning of summer, which also means that despite a drought in the inside of a cave, the humidity is going to be relative. So I'm assuming that there's, at the very least, things like moss and mushrooms growing around along the inside of this cave.
You can find some, yeah, absolutely. Especially if they go deeper down, and if they find a way to delve deeper down, they might be able to find other things.
Right. So, Sentry would explain to the cooks that there is plenty of nutrition to be gained from even the most sparse vegetation, and then teach them a reduction method to avoid both similar in the way that you produce alcohol.
Okay. So the king welcomes you to stay the night if you would like, because it took you a day and a half to get here. You can provide cooking lessons to some of them and at least help look for help them learn how to forage for the things that they will need to expand their stores with what's in the cave. At the same time, you can formulate your plan for what exactly you are going to tell this man that has hired you when you return to Redinber. Yodgren, the scout captain, provides you with the bodies of one which is a dwarven lieutenant that died in the previous raid, along with evidence of his rank, and says this will unfortunately have to be his final sacrifice for the good of the village. He also provides you with a body that he tells you was a deserter that died trying to run, essentially, and he gives them to you in a way that seems rather mournful and regretful that he is turning his kin over to be used as evidence of your success, but he's been commanded to by his lord, and so he does it.
Can I try to console him?
Can you try and what?
Console him?
Yeah, of course.
I want to say, death is really hard, and this is really sad, and I don't know what beliefs you hold, but I'm sure wherever their hearts are, they're in a better place, and they know that, this will benefit their whole community that they love.
Oh, the deserter's probably in hell.
Well, sure.
Lucy's trying to console him, and Kolok's just like, fuck this guy. The lieutenant is surely in the halls of Thormodin.
Probably. You die fighting for what you believe in. Morgan's usually pretty happy about it.
He nods. You try to console him, Lucy, and though he seems at least a little bit to listen to your words, this is still not something that he enjoys doing. But you have the choice that evening to return, to start heading back in the night, or as the kind of in the late afternoon, to start heading back to Redinber, or to stay with the dwarves for the night and leave in the morning.
Before we go, Sentry gives them one last tip and helps them set up roach baskets.
Okay.
Basically, they take refuse and garbage and such, and captured cockroaches, because insects reproduce so much faster than other animals do, and you can eat pretty much all of it. It is an excellent last resort.
They seem disgusted by these suggestions, but being that you are a robot, they take it that you've never eaten insects before.
Yes.
So
I would like to show that insects are actually really tasty by plopping one in her mouth and doing your best to eat it with a smile on her. Do I roll deception?
yeah, and Constitution. Give me a Constitution save first. Or whatever, just give me a Constitution save. Okay. You choke it down with a smile. You shut off the parts of Lucy's brain that involve taste, and you just kind of chew it and swallow it down. So yeah, we'll kind of end it with you all making the decision whether you're going to head back now or head back in the morning. While Century is explaining the different things they can do, Yogdrin is gathering the bodies for you to take back to your wagon. And we'll kind of end it there. What is your plan? Are you going to head back? Head right back?
We'll head back in the morning. I told him within 4 days, so.
Okay.
Can we get more money? It takes longer, so.
All right.
Yeah.
I think it's
Could
best
I
anyway.
talk to the Lord for just 1 second before we end?
Sure.
I think Lucy would just like to tell him. She says, I don't know how much difference it will make to you, and I know that you're ceasing your raids for the time being, but we found out that most of the soldiers of Redinber are actually are just very poor and hungry. They're hoarding the food, and they're forcing people to fight to be able to eat. So I don't think that killing them very much avenges your people, because I don't think that most of the people you kill know anything about what happened.
Child, I have dealt with Redinber for many, many years. They were our neighbors to the south. Sometimes relations were amicable, but they are never easy to deal with. Their soldiers are cruel, angry men. They are encouraged by their lord to hurt those who they fight, not to fight with honor. I doubt very much that they did not know what their plans were, and when they raided our village, they did so with reckless abandon and lust for blood. My people suffered much at their hands. I care not whether they know or are starving. They deserve death.
Lucy, have you ever heard the expression, I was just following orders?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if they knew. Because what they did know is that they were killing dwarves. For no reason.
But I thought a lot of the soldiers were new recruits that may have been recruited after that terrible incident.
Maybe. But they're still working for a lord that's gonna make them hurt more people. Do you think they've stopped doing bad shit just because of they did one bad thing? No. They continue to hurt people. And you know what? They continue to hoard resources from the people on the outskirts of the town. The poor, the starving. They take from them. Knowingly. I don't give a shit what they know Redinber did. They're a part of a people who wish to kill and hurt and destroy. Fuck them.
All right. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see you all next week. I'm gonna get ready to run the Dance Macabre, which we're gonna play in a couple of hours here. But before we go, let's ask about Papal's favorite moments really quick for today's episode. It was kind of a transitional episode as you got to know the city of Redinber a little bit and discover exactly what's going on in this part of Oregon. But Alex, tell me your favorite Kolok moment.
Oh, just him being all pissed off with Ty for, can you go find some extra stuff, and then he just comes back with the dwarfs like, this is not what I asked him to do. I'm very confused right now.
John, how about for you? Favorite Kolok moment?
I think my favorite Kolok moment was negotiating with Ondar, and even though I know you had we knew his initials were OG before, you made a point of this thing with the initials signed on it here, but I'm looking through the chat and I notice that he typed it in Ondar with an A.
Yeah.
And I just didn't even think of it then, and I think that was just a nice little moment where it's here's what's happening right now, and we're all oh. And I think it was a good one for Kolok to take point on.
Zoe, tell me your favorite Kolok moment today.
I liked when we were first discussing about going out to the dwarven camp, and Kolok was like, "Well, we need heads. You don't have to kill them in paradise. I can do the killing." I thought that was fun.
What about for you, Fiona?
Mine is a lot like John's, but just kind of more general. I love how much of our negotiating this episode was done by our extremely angry barbarian dragon.
How about you, Chris? Favorite Kolok moment?
Mine is probably how passive aggressive he was to Ondar. Almost like his like how much he instinctively disliked the guy.
Absolutely. I think my favorite Kolok moment is just that, like, I think it was one comment encapsulates the whole thing, is when he's like, more of this cloak and dagger bullshit. Like, that is just... Kolok is so much like, can you just point me in the direction of something to kill? I'm tired of, like, all of this who's controlling who kind of situation going on.
We got layers upon layers of this person takes orders from this person, takes orders from that person. We don't know who that person is. This information's on need-to-know basis. Blah, 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 blah. Go talk to this person. Say this code phrase. Just give me someone to stab. I just need that.
John, what was your favorite Ty moment today? I think Ty had some times to shine today, honestly.
He absolutely did.
I think meeting Angie at the shrine was fun.
Very cool. How about for you, Zoe? Favorite Ty moment?
Oh, I mean, it was definitely when he was talking to the scout captain, right? And he just managed not to lie at all, but all of his answers were so funny. Like, yeah, there's 14 of us. No, I'm the only kid. It was just very good.
How about for you, Fiona? Favorite Ty moment?
I love the fact that he met with this, with Angie, and she's all about Robin, this god of being a trickster, and she's this blind lady, and then she's like, hey, you gotta get a hat. And rather than questioning that at all, he just goes and buys a hat. That was extremely good to me.
How about for you, Chris? Favorite Ty moment?
Just his wide-eyed innocence. He's a great character. I basically love every non-combat interaction the guy has. Definitely from like a place of taking everything at face. When he met Angie at the shrine, if I had to pick one moment out in particular, when he met Angie at the shrine and suggested, hey, I know Robin's the god of luck and all that, but how about this other god that could probably help a little bit more directly with the rain, maybe?
Yeah, I really enjoyed a lot of Ty's innocence, and like especially the fact that like you worked in his faith to Nadara whenever you could with the kids and things like that. Like I said, Ty had a lot of moments to shine today with his interactions with some people. I really enjoyed the situation with the dwarven scout as well. Just like, I'm gonna go sneak up to him. I was like, oh, okay. How close are you trying to get? Oh, I want to talk to him. Like, it's like, all right, you're sneaking up to him just so you can go say hi. And I've really enjoyed that.
Well, I don't want him to shoot at me first.
Yeah. Alex, how about for you? Favorite Ty moment?
Probably him volunteering to just go with the dwarf scout. He's just like, yeah, we're friends now, so it's fine. I'm not worried. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Trust me, guys. It's fine.
Yeah, it's always fine. Zoe, your favorite Lucy moment?
I mean, I did eat that bug.
That you ate that bug hardcore.
I ate that bug hardcore.
Fiona, how about for you? Favorite Lucy moment?
You know what? The one line that has really stuck with me is just when that one guard, as we were entering the city, was just looking at the Warforged and the Dragonborn and the Tiefling and just being like, I've never seen anything like you. And then Lucy just going, and I've never seen you before.
Century. Chris, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite Lucy moment?
Yeah.
Probably the discussion. Like, it struck me as very sincere when she was talking to the dwarf, the leader.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciated that sincerity.
Alex?
Do you need me to squish his brain? This is such a good line. Do you need me to squish his brain?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's said so casually, just like, do you want me to? I can if you want. It's not even, there's no sense of urgency to it. It's just like Ty's walking up with someone that we might have to kill. Ty, do you want me to squish his brain? I can do it. Nah, that's all right. Okay, cool. Hey, we made a new friend. Lucy and Ty together is just ridiculous. Just absolutely absurd.
John, how about for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say the do you want me to squish his brain? I think that was a really good moment for this session, and I think that telepathy ability enables for lots of these good moments to happen, kind of session after session with these little character moments. It's
absolutely great. I agree. I think there were some fantastic like Lucy moments at the beginning of the adventure when you guys were all having the conversation about being the mercenary company. There were lots of little in-jokes between all of the characters. And I think the Lucy like bird code name thing that came up and then like played out a couple of times during the session was very enjoyable.
Just calling out to her, bird. Bird. Oh, sorry, I forgot I had a code name.
All right, Fiona, your favorite Talus moment.
Oh. I mean, I enjoyed all of my antics with the skeletons and constantly asking people, but to be honest, I think my favorite was just when that poor innkeeper got overwhelmed with dogs. Dogs going upstairs.
How about you, Chris? Favorite Talus moment?
Oh, shit. Definitely the puppy stealing food. When Grim stole the food off that guy's.
He's still a puppy. He does not know that he does not need to eat.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was fantastic.
It's like the casual acknowledgement that it's
it's a familiar and it doesn't actually eat anything.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah.
How about for you, Alex? Favorite Talus moment?
Oh, when we're talking to the dwarf lord and he's just like, do you like dogs? Dogs. I have dogs. You want to pet dogs? I bring my dogs.
Absolutely.
It's really a great icebreaker. It's just like, I have dogs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It is.
Talus's casual acknowledgement of dogs being the best people.
I think it's just great because like Talus can be like, don't pay attention to the bones. I have dogs. Like, John, for you.
Well, I do like the contrast between like Talus is managing the inventory and is like skimping and saving to make sure that we have enough money for diamonds for like raised dead and all that stuff, and then he just like walks out and dumps a pile of money on like sweet armor for his skeletons. Just shows like the level of dedication and care that he's putting into these creations that are under his control now.
Absolutely. Lucy? Or Zoe?
For me, it was definitely when everyone, almost everyone was going to the blacksmith, and Talos just had this barrel of skeletons and was like, I'm not going to carry it. You guys are the ones who made me put them in the barrel.
Yeah,
Somebody
absolutely.
else carry it.
I really enjoyed the moment at the blacksmith's when he was like trying to politely be like, I can't afford anything in your shop, but it's all really nice. Like it was so like you don't have to justify not buying anything, but Talos felt he needed to be like, oh, this is really nice armor, but I can't afford it because I need to buy diamonds. Excuse me, I've got to go. Chris, give me your favorite Sentry moment.
Oh, the negotiation with the innkeeper. Just that whole exchange.
Fair. Yeah, absolutely.
I need 2 rooms with 2 beds, 4 beds.
Yeah,
Enough
like
beds.
not. Yeah, exactly.
I don't need a bed. They need beds. There's 4 of them. I don't need one. Also, dogs, maybe skeletons.
Yeah, the whole him tripping over himself.
Alex, how about for you?
I like how in sync Kolok's thoughts are with Sentry's on a lot of things. Like for instance, with the Dwarf Lord. Basically the entire plan of you guys lay low for a bit, we get some heads, we come back, and once we're ready, we're gonna come back, join up with you, and we'll kill this fucking lord because he seems like an asshole. That whole plan was like in Kolok's head, but Sentry just went ahead and went along with it. Just said it first, which also always, of course, makes it interesting whenever they like hardcore disagree on something. Like when Kolok's just like, I'm fully willing to just kill some fucking dwarves. I don't even care right now. And Sentry's like, well, we should think about this reasonably. We might not need to kill them. Like, okay, maybe not, but right now it's our only option. So we'll fucking figure it out as we go.
Kolok is so single-minded, and compared to Sentry is tactically minded, and a lot of times those things sync up because you're both like you said, fighter-minded, but at the same time there's this rivalry to see who has the loudest voice for the way the plan should work out.
Yeah, there's that disorganized versus there's very much the barbarian mind and the fighter mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. John, how about for you? Favorite Sentry moment tonight or today?
Definitely checking skeletons into the tavern.
How about for you, Zoe? Favorite Sentry moment?
I think I just like how generally with each session that we have, more and more of his chef side comes out. I feel like by the end of this, he's gonna be like multi-classing into chef. I really like that.
Yeah. He's gonna have
realize that he doesn't.
There's a chef feat out now.
Yeah, there is a chef feat.
Oh yeah, did you guys see that? I love it. I love that.
There's a chef feat there, and then I think in an older Unearthed Arcana, there's like a gourmand feat or something like that you can take that has things too. So you can end up
that homebrew background I showed you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another feat that deals with cook's tools as well. That's older. You combine some of those things, and all of a sudden you're taking more feats for that than you are for actual combat. Zoe. Oh, wait. I just said that. Fiona, what was your favorite Sentry moment today?
I know there has been a lot of talk about the hotel and checking skeletons into the hotel. But I very specifically loved the moment when Sentry was just having an internal debate about the personhood of skeletons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotta put a lot of thought into that one.
Well, yeah, he himself is not like an organic person. Like, so are skeletons people?
Exactly.
He's animated by magic too.
Right. Do skeletons dream of bony sheep? Who knows?
Exactly. Well, I think if I had to pick a second one, it's like he's starting to
what?
violence.
he's starting to realize that maybe violence isn't always.
Cooking might always be the answer.
Nah, violence is always the answer. Trust me.
All right, guys. Well, what were your favorite DM moments tonight or today?
Well, personally, I definitely love the fact that fucking his initials are OG. Did you do that intentionally?
What? No, I would never do something like that intentionally.
If you did, I hate you. I just want to let you know.
That's fair. That's fair. I may hate myself for doing that, but you know.
OG, are you kidding me? But he was very much sufficiently a jackass. I very much enjoy that. The fact that he's very upfront about the fact that like I'm not supposed to like him. But yeah, it's I liked him as a character. He was fun to interact with.
Good, cool. John?
I thought it was great how different Ridgefort and Redinber feel from each other as places. Like they each have their own character, and it really feels like you're traveling around and seeing different things just by the environment. So it's great.
Good.
I think you roll.
Go ahead.
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
think you roll very well with having to characterize NPCs you possibly didn't think about beforehand.
I appreciate that. Zoe?
I know as a DM that can be super.
It can be sometimes. It absolutely can be.
I think my favorite was the scout captain. I just love how he interacted with Ty. He was just like, "Oh, there's a child here," and just like his responses to everything Ty was saying was just very entertaining and fun to hear.
Awesome.
I really liked just, back to the hotel bit, obviously. Just the innkeeper's response to this giant robot walking in and checking in all manner of nonsense to their store. And just having, while a bunch of gold has been slammed down on the table, and they're just like, well, I'm not going to say no, I guess.
Awesome. Well, great. I think today's session was pretty fun. I think that there are things kind of established to take us forward into the story for the future. You've got a lot. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that are floating around. So hopefully we don't have the lost problem where none of those questions get answered. Just more questions pile up. But yeah. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. And we'll see you. What's up?
I do like the idea of... Actually, I do like the idea of us typing our notes in.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that you guys were doing that. All right, guys. Thank you again. Thanks, everybody, for watching. And we'll be back in a little while to play the next game, 7 o'clock Eastern. And we'll see everybody next week for this. Have a good night.
Later, taters.
Bye.
Bye.